Hello there, and welcome to Life Beyond Seen, where curiosity gets cozy and science drifts gently down the river of wonder. Tonight, I invite you to settle in, loosen your thoughts, and let your imagination wander somewhere deep and green, where sunlight breaks into 1,000 fragments and disappears beneath water darker than night. We're going somewhere hidden, somewhere ancient, somewhere that hums quietly under the heartbeat of the world. This is the Amazon, not the one of travel brochures and postcards, but the one that never sees the light of day. Beneath its glossy surface lies a world few have truly seen, a place where the ordinary rules of nature twist into something older, stranger, and sometimes just a little terrifying. Before we dive beneath those waters, I wonder, where are you listening from tonight? Somewhere quiet, perhaps, where you can hear the hum of your own surroundings. Or maybe you're already tucked in, phone resting beside your pillow, ready to drift into that soft space between curiosity and dreams. Wherever you are, imagine for a moment that the air around you has turned heavy and damp, thick with the scent of rain and soil. You can almost hear it. The distant roll of thunder, the rustle of leaves the size of boats, the low call of something unseen moving just beyond the trees. That's where we're heading. And if you find yourself intrigued, soothed, or simply curious about what lies beneath the calmer surface, I'd be ever so grateful if you gave this quiet journey a like or a subscribe. It helps this corner of calm reach others who might need it too. Now, take a slow breath and let's begin to descend. Not in a rush, not in a dive, but like a leaf falling into the current, slowly spinning as the water accepts it. At first glance, the Amazon River doesn't seem threatening. It's wide, warm, sluggish in places, glimmering gold under the equatorial sun. Birds skim its surface, and boats glide by like moving reflections. But that calmness is an illusion. The Amazon is not one river, but a network of arteries stretching through the heart of a continent, pulsing with more life than anywhere else on Earth. Beneath the mirror of light, the water turns brown, then black, then thick enough that even daylight gives up after a few meters. That's where the other world begins. To speak of monsters might sound dramatic, but the truth is, the word monster has always been our way of describing what we don't yet understand. In the Amazon, misunderstanding is inevitable. The water hides its secrets well. Every bend, every pool, every flooded forest holds creatures that seem to come from another age. Some are real enough to fill nets and scientific journals. Others exist only in whispers carried through the villages, in stories told beside smoky fires, in warnings to children who wander too close to the river's edge. But even the scientists admit no one has mapped it all. No one has truly seen every shape that moves beneath those waters. The Amazon River system stretches for more than 6,000 kilometers, winding through 9 countries and more ecosystems than most continents combined. In 1 square kilometer of its water, there may be more fish species than in all the rivers of Europe. Yet to look at it, you'd never guess. The surface gives nothing away. That's what makes it haunting. You can be surrounded by abundance and still feel watched by something unseen. The locals often say that the river has eyes, that it remembers who walks its banks and who disturbs its depths. It's not a superstition meant to scare. It's an understanding born of experience. Things happen on that river. Boats vanish. Ripples appear where nothing breaks the surface. A sound rises that doesn't match any known creature. It's not always dangerous. Sometimes it's simply unknown. There's a particular kind of darkness that belongs only to water. It isn't just the absence of light, but the absorption of it. When you look into the Amazon, you're not looking at emptiness. You're looking into history, into a body that's been collecting stories for millions of years. Before there were people, there were these waters, and before the waters, there were the rains that fed them. When scientists take sediment samples from the riverbed, they find layers that tell a story of continents drifting, seas rising and falling, forests growing and burning and growing again. The Amazon has seen worlds begin and end, and yet its creatures still move in the same shadows, guided by instincts older than memory. Imagine, for a moment, lowering a camera into that murky water. The first few meters are clouded with drifting sediment, tiny bits of leaf and soil and microscopic life. Then, as the light dims, movement begins. Something large stirs in the distance, too slow to be a fish, too deliberate to be a current. The sound equipment picks up faint clicks, a rhythm of pulses. The footage blurs, and then the camera shakes as if something brushed against it. When it's pulled back up, the glass dome is scratched. Not broken, just marked, as if to say you may look, but you won't see everything. The Amazon doesn't reveal its monsters easily because most of them aren't monsters at all. They're survivors, species that adapted to low light, slow currents, and competition so fierce that every evolutionary trick becomes a necessity. Some have grown massive, others nearly invisible. Some deliver electric shock strong enough to knock a grown man unconscious. Others glide silently with teeth fine as needles. Some, like the arapaima, are almost prehistoric, covered in scales that shimmer with red and green, their bodies stretching longer than a man is tall. They rise to the surface to breathe air, their gulp echoing like a deep exhale, and for a moment it feels like the river itself is alive. But there are moments when even the scientists hesitate. A few years ago, an expedition working in a remote tributary recorded vibrations unlike anything they'd heard before. The water around their boat rippled in perfectly timed intervals, though nothing was visible. They assumed it was the movement of a large school of fish. Then one of the sensors dipped below the surface and came back with a deep gouge through its casing. No one saw what did it. Later, one researcher suggested it might have been a massive catfish, possibly Brachyplatystoma filamentosum, known to grow longer than most humans and capable of swallowing smaller fish whole. Others weren't so sure. The pattern of the marks didn't match teeth, more like scraping from bone or armour. Whatever it was, it vanished back into the silt without a sound. For locals, that story would hardly raise an eyebrow. They've lived beside these waters long enough to know the rules. You respect the river, you listen to it, and you never assume you've seen everything it has to show. There are creatures that come out only when the floods rise, when the jungle floor itself becomes a second river, when roots become perches and fish swim between tree trunks. During those months, the Amazon expands its reach, swallowing forests and villages, spreading across plains until it's hard to say where land ends and water begins. The creatures that thrive then aren't bound to one world or the other. They move between them with ease. Amphibians, reptiles, insects, fish with lungs, birds that dive like arrows. To the untrained eye, it looks like chaos. To nature, it's perfect rhythm. And yet, beneath that rhythm lies danger. The Amazon is not cruel, but it is indifferent. The same current that carries life also takes it. One slip, one misstep, and you're part of the cycle again. That's what gives the stories power. When villagers speak of monsters, they're not just describing creatures with teeth. They're describing the river's moods, the sudden flood, the hidden whirlpool, the sound that comes from nowhere and leaves no trace. To call something a monster is to admit that it's beyond our control. And in the Amazon, almost everything is. But the river isn't all menace, it's also strangely forgiving. It gives food, shelter, water, and rhythm to those who live along its banks. Fishermen learn its seasons the way others learn the passing of hours. They can tell from the colour of the water when the fish will rise, from the sound of distant thunder when the flood will come. They don't fear the monsters, they coexist with them. In fact, many of the stories about giant fish or river spirits serve as reminders. Don't waste, don't wander too far, don't forget that you're a guest here. Science might call that folklore, but wisdom by another name still teaches the same truth. It's easy from a distance to think of the Amazon as wild, chaotic, untamed. But the longer you spend near it, the more you realise it's organised in its own way. Every creature, from the smallest insect to the largest predator, plays a part in maintaining the balance. Even the creatures we call strange or frightening have roles that keep the system alive. The electric eel's shocks regulate prey populations. The giant river turtle's nesting cycles help shape the sandbanks. The parasitic catfish, unpleasant as it sounds, is part of the cleanup crew, ensuring nothing goes to waste. In the Amazon, nothing truly disappears. Everything returns, changes, becomes something else. So when we ask what monsters are hiding in its depths, maybe the better question is, what does the river consider a monster? To the fish, we might be the intruders, the strange beings that pull them from their home, study them, then leave again. To the river, perhaps, we're just another passing ripple, curious but temporary. That perspective softens the fear. It replaces the question of danger with one of understanding. The monsters are real, but they are natural. The legends are born from encounters with reality, filtered through awe and caution. As the night deepens and the forest hums louder, the boundaries between fact and myth blur. The water below reflects the stars, but the reflection is broken, scattered, like 1,000 eyes blinking up from the deep. Something moves beneath the boat, slow and heavy. The sound is low, like breathing. It's not a ghost or a spirit, but it feels like one. The surface trembles, then stills. Silence returns. That's how it is in the Amazon. The moments between sounds are as important as the sounds themselves. They make you listen harder. They make you realize how alive the silence is. And as you listen, you start to sense that everything is connected. The insects in the air, the fish in the mud, the vines reaching down like fingers to touch the current. Even the rain that falls endlessly isn't separate. It begins in the sky, but the trees summon it, the river feeds it, and the air carries it back again. The whole system is one vast breathing organism, and we're just visitors tracing the outline of its lungs. Soon we'll travel deeper, beyond the soft ripples and the familiar names, into the darker waters where the light never reaches. There, the creatures are older, stranger, adapted to a world that feels more alien than earthly. Some glow, some hum, some simply wait, motionless, for the world to drift by. They aren't nightmares. They're reminders of how much life can change and still endure. For now, let the image linger, the green canopy above, the slow river below, the faint hum of life between them. The Amazon is waiting, as it always has, its secrets safe in the dark. The next step is simply to look a little closer, to listen a little longer, and to remember that sometimes the greatest mysteries aren't found in the stars, but in the water beneath our feet. The air above the Amazon feels almost alive, thick enough that every breath carries a taste of green. You can stand on the bank, watch the river slide past, and swear that it isn't just moving water, but something greater, something that exhales and inhales in its own rhythm. Every ripple seems to respond to the pulse of the forest around it. When the wind stirs the canopy, the surface quivers. When rain begins to fall, it swells as if taking in a long, deliberate breath. To call the Amazon a river is convenient, but it's not quite right. It is a system, a living circuit that connects sky, soil, roots, and every creature that depends on them. It doesn't flow in one direction. It cycles. It exhales mist into the air that rises, condenses, and returns as rain. It is its own weather, its own heartbeat, its own body. Scientists often say that the Amazon creates half of its own rainfall. That simple fact means that when you feel the first drop land on your skin deep in the forest, you're touching water that may have been part of the same river only a few days earlier. It rose as vapour, drifted into clouds, and came back down again, pulled by gravity and the whisper of leaves. Every droplet carries memory. That cycle of breath has been repeating for millions of years, long before people came with nets, motors, or notebooks. To live here, Every organism, from the smallest insect to the tallest tree, must breathe with the river. At dawn, mist rises like smoke. From a distance it looks peaceful, but beneath that calm surface currents twist in ways no map can capture. They carve invisible paths through mud, they loop around sandbanks, they curl into whirlpools that form and vanish in seconds. A stick dropped in one spot may appear again many kilometers away. The water doesn't just carry life, it moves entire forests, dragging seeds, branches, and even islands of vegetation downstream. There are places where trees drift for months, their roots still clinging to soil, hosting frogs, snakes, and insects that treat the floating mass as a temporary world. When those islands ground themselves in shallow water, new forests begin. The Amazon doesn't simply flow, it builds. Beneath that surface, oxygen levels drop quickly. The deeper you go, the more the water begins to resemble a heavy liquid shadow. Yet life thrives there. Some fish have evolved labyrinth organs that let them breathe air. Others gulp oxygen directly from the surface before sinking again. There are creatures that can live in water so poor in oxygen that most species would suffocate in minutes. The electric eel, for example, spends much of its life rising to the surface to take gulps of air. It shocks its prey with discharges strong enough to stun even large animals. When it surfaces and exhales, it makes a sound like the release of pressure from an old pipe, a reminder that even the water itself seems to breathe. When the rains arrive, the river changes character. It swells until it spills over its banks, flooding entire regions of forest. The boundaries between land and water vanish. Fish swim through tree trunks. Birds dive to catch prey where there used to be dry ground. Monkeys leap into branches that hover just above the surface, sometimes missing and splashing down into the brown water before scrambling up again. The forest becomes an aquatic labyrinth where roots, vines, and currents weave together. The people who live along the banks call this season the time of abundance. Food is everywhere. The water brings nutrients from distant mountains, feeding plankton and insects that in turn feed fish, birds, and mammals. The forest and the river are no longer separate. They are one vast, breathing organism. In the months when the flood recedes, the same landscape transforms again. The water retreats, leaving behind pools that steam under the sun. Fish trapped in these pools often burrow into the mud or lie still, their bodies slowed by heat and lack of oxygen. Some species have learned to survive by shutting down most of their metabolism, a kind of biological waiting. They wait for rain the way others wait for morning. When it finally comes, they stir again, rising with the first new surge of the current. To them, time is measured not in days or hours, but in floods. Each season is a breath, each year a heartbeat. If you walk along the banks at night, you can hear it, the low murmur of water meeting roots, the quiet slap of waves against mud. Occasionally a deeper sound echoes through the darkness, like an underwater sigh. Some say it's the movement of river dolphins, others the release of trapped air from submerged logs. Whatever its source, it adds to the sense that the river itself is alive and aware. In a way it is. Not in the conscious sense we understand, but as an interconnected network of reactions, signals, and flows. The same concept that ecologists describe as feedback loops, the balancing act between water levels, nutrients, and living organisms, gives the river the appearance of sentience. Every rise in temperature, every fallen leaf, every burst of rain has an effect that ripples through the system. To the communities who live along its banks, this breathing quality is not metaphorical. They speak of the river as something that wakes, sleeps, and occasionally dreams. When the current runs slow and the surface glimmers like glass, they say the river is resting. When it swells and churns after storms, it's restless. When it floods beyond its usual bounds, it's dreaming. These expressions may sound poetic, but they describe real cycles of behaviour that locals have observed for generations. Their language for the river carries both science and spirit. They notice changes in water colour that signal new mineral flows, shifts in fish behaviour that predict rain, and the way certain bird calls coincide with the river's pulse. Long before researchers used satellites to track the hydrological cycle, the people living there already understood that the Amazon breathes. Deep beneath that living current, countless species form the lungs of the system. Plants called macrophytes spread across shallow areas, absorbing nutrients and releasing oxygen. Bacteria process decaying matter, breaking down leaves, dead insects, and fallen fruit into material that other organisms can use. It's a constant exchange. Nothing truly disappears. Even the act of decomposition feeds life. If you watch carefully, you can see small bubbles rise from the bottom. Each one is the product of invisible workers recycling the forest itself. In those moments, it's easy to imagine the river inhaling, turning decay into breath, transforming death into the next round of growth. The creatures that live in this environment have evolved to follow these rhythms exactly. The arapaima, one of the largest freshwater fish on Earth, surfaces to gulp air, timing its movement with the rhythm of waves so predators won't notice. Its scales are so tough that even piranhas struggle to bite through them. The pink river dolphin, with its strange flexible neck, moves through flooded forests like a ghost using sound to navigate the underwater maze. It releases bursts of clicks that bounce off tree trunks and roots, painting an acoustic image of the world invisible to human eyes. Even when the water is too dark to see a single ray of light, these dolphins can sense each branch and fish around them. They move with the ease of creatures born into darkness, and to watch them rise for air, pink skin glistening under the moonlight, is to realise that breathing is a shared act. The dolphin's breath joins the river's, a pulse within a pulse. Further down, catfish lurk in channels carved deep into the riverbed. Some grow longer than a person is tall. They feed on smaller fish, crustaceans, and anything the current brings. Others feed on the detritus of the forest, fallen fruit, decayed plants, even the bones of animals carried downstream. Every mouthful recycles nutrients that will eventually nourish new life. The cycle never breaks. When the first explorers reached the Amazon, they struggled to describe it. Many compared it to an ocean, and in some ways it behaves like one. It has tides influenced by distant weather patterns, currents that stretch for hundreds of kilometres, and pressure systems that mimic marine environments. There are even tides caused by the pull of the moon that move upriver for hundreds of kilometres. Imagine standing on the bank and seeing the current reverse direction. For a few hours the river breathes in instead of out. Then, as the tide recedes, it exhales again. This gentle inhalation and exhalation occurs every day, a rhythm so vast that most people barely notice it. Yet the creatures living within it have adapted perfectly to this pattern. The river's breath also carries music. Beneath the surface, sound travels farther and faster than in air. Fish communicate through pulses, clicks, and vibrations. Some species drum on their swim bladders, others produce sounds by rubbing parts of their body together. To human ears lowered underwater, it might sound like faint knocking or the distant beating of the wings. These noises aren't random. They're part of a complex language of territory, courtship, and warning. The river is never silent, even when it looks still. Its breathing isn't just physical, it's acoustic, a soundscape built by life itself. Above, the forest contributes its own voice. Cicadas drone, frogs croak, and howler monkeys bellow in the distance. The combination creates an unbroken wall of sound, rising and falling with the temperature, humidity, and time of day. At night, when the larger animals rest, smaller creatures take over the choir. The pitch changes, the rhythm slows. You can feel the shift like the deep inhalation before sleep. Even silence here has texture. The pause between calls, the brief stillness when the rain starts, the moment after thunder when every living thing seems to hold its breath. For researchers who study the Amazon's oxygen cycle, this constant respiration is a measurable phenomenon. Instruments record fluctuations in dissolved oxygen levels that align with day and night cycles. When sunlight filters through the canopy during the day, aquatic plants release oxygen through photosynthesis. At night, when photosynthesis stops, oxygen levels drop as organisms consume what's left. The data show a literal breath, a wave of oxygen rising and falling every 24 hours. The river doesn't just seem to breathe, it does. Sometimes that breath falters. Pollution, deforestation, and rising temperatures can choke sections of the river. When too much organic matter decays at once, bacteria consume all available oxygen, leaving dead zones where fish suffocate. In those moments, the river seems to gasp. Local fishers notice it before any instrument does. They see fish floating near the surface, mouths open, gills moving weakly. To them, it's as if the river is struggling to take a breath. These events remind everyone how delicate the system is, how easily one imbalance can ripple through an entire ecosystem. Yet, given time, the river often heals itself. The next flood brings fresh oxygen, the next season renews growth, and life begins again. The Amazon's resilience is its most astonishing feature. Even the air above carries traces of the river's breathing. Every second, vast amounts of water evaporate from leaves and soil, rising into the sky to form clouds that drift across the continent. Some of those clouds travel thousands of kilometers before releasing rain in distant regions, feeding farmlands, cities and forests beyond the Amazon basin. The river's breath reaches places that have never seen its banks. Somewhere far away, someone feels rain on their skin that began as mist from an Amazon leaf. The connection is invisible but continuous. When night deepens and the forest disappears into shadow, the river's breathing becomes easier to feel. The temperature drops slightly, the air cools, and mist begins to form again. You can stand at the edge of the water, watch tiny insects hover over the surface, and sense the movement of air drawn toward the river like the slow inhalation of some enormous sleeping creature. The reflection of the moon wavers with every exhale. Occasionally a fish leaps, breaking the surface in a flash, a brief exclamation in the quiet rhythm. Then everything returns to calm. It's hard not to think that somewhere, in this endless exchange of air and water, of sound and silence, lies the explanation for the Amazon's mystery. The monsters people speak of, the strange creatures that hide in its depths, may be nothing more than expressions of this living breath. To see a giant fish rise from the dark or to hear a deep thud beneath the water is to witness the pulse of a system so large that it feels alive. We call these moments strange because they remind us that the world operates on scales we rarely notice. The Amazon is vast enough to make even human imagination feel small. Still, every encounter with that immensity brings a kind of calm. Knowing that the same air you breathe might have been drawn through 1,000 leaves, that the moisture on your skin could have fallen as rain centuries ago, connects you to something continuous. It strips away the sense of separation between observer and observed. The river breathes, and so do you. The rhythm sinks for a moment, then drifts apart again. And as we follow that breath deeper into the currents, the world beneath grows darker, stranger, and more ancient. The calm we feel on the surface hides a labyrinth of movement, lightless corridors where the water itself seems to think. In that depth live the creatures that inspired legends, those that glow faintly in the dark, those that hum with stored electricity, those that can swallow prey larger than themselves. They exist because the river's breath allows them to, because the oxygen that rises and falls shapes their every motion. Each exhalation from the forest feeds them, each inhalation carries them forward. Somewhere below, a shadow drifts upward. It's large, slow, confident. Maybe it's a manatee, maybe a giant fish, maybe something no one has named yet. It moves with the rhythm of the river itself, guided by currents older than any map. For a brief second, its outline catches a glimmer of light from the surface before vanishing again into the brown depths. The ripples spread outward. merging with the flow, disappearing into the endless breath of the Amazon. The water quiets, the forest hums, and the air grows thick again. The river continues its long inhale, readying itself for the next exhale that will carry us further into its hidden world, toward the darker regions where the ordinary ends and the unknown begins. The deeper you go, the more the world changes. The light fades first, swallowed almost instantly by the brown haze of silt and drifting debris. It doesn't vanish suddenly, but fades like a candle burning low. The outlines of branches blur, colours dissolve into shades of greenish grey, and even sound begins to dull as the water thickens. Down here, below the surface, it isn't quiet in the way people imagine. It's heavy, dense, filled with a muffled kind of noise that doesn't come from any single source. It's the sound of life moving slowly. Tiny fish flick past like sparks. The current presses against stones and roots with the weight of unseen hands. Every inch of this place feels occupied. You can't see what's around you, but you can feel it watching back. When light disappears, vision becomes useless, and other senses take over. The creatures that live here don't rely on sight the way we do. They sense pressure changes, vibrations, tiny fluctuations in electric fields. To them, darkness isn't an obstacle. It's the normal state of things. For humans, though, it's disorienting. Even with powerful lights, visibility rarely extends more than a few meters. The water absorbs colour and scatters it, turning beams into dull cones that fade to brown before they reach anything solid. In that dimness, every movement looks larger than it is. A swirl of mud could be a massive shape. A reflection could be an eye. The mind starts to fill in what the eyes can't confirm. Explorers who have dived into these waters often describe a strange feeling. Not exactly fear, but unease. The Amazon isn't like the open ocean, where visibility stretches endlessly in blue. Here, everything presses close. The water feels thick enough to touch. The temperature stays almost the same top to bottom, warm enough that your body relaxes, but never comfortable enough to forget where you are. Each breath through a regulator or snorkel feels borrowed, each sound exaggerated by the liquid around you. And then there's the sense of presence. You can't help but feel that you're never alone. Something always moves just out of sight, its motion slow, deliberate, uninterested in your intrusion. For the fish and other animals that live here, this darkness isn't frightening, it's protection. Many species are almost colourless, their scales reflecting little or no light. Some are translucent, their internal organs faintly visible through thin skin. Others produce their own faint glow, not bright enough to see by, just enough to communicate or warn. Most, however, have adapted by abandoning sight entirely. Their eyes are small, reduced, or hidden under skin. They sense the world through motion, pulse, and flow. To humans used to vision as the dominant sense, that kind of awareness feels alien. But it's perfectly suited to this place. In the darkness, energy moves differently. Sunlight doesn't reach this far, so photosynthesis can't support life. Instead, the ecosystem runs on decay. Everything that dies above, leaves, fruit, insects, animals, eventually sinks here. The riverbed becomes a soft layer of decomposing material that releases nutrients back into the water. Bacteria feed on it, microscopic organisms feed on the bacteria, and so the chain continues upward. The monsters we imagine at these depths, the great unseen forms, depend on that cycle. They are scavengers, opportunists, predators of the slow and the sleeping. One of the first creatures you might encounter in this zone is the black ghost knife fish. It moves with an eerie grace, its long body undulating like a ribbon in the current. Instead of eyes, it relies on a weak electric field to sense its surroundings. The water around it becomes a map, every object outlined by the distortion it creates in that field. When it swims near a rock, The electric signal bends around the obstacle, allowing the fish to see the shape without light. To us it looks almost spectral, gliding silently, turning without effort, vanishing into the gloom. Its common name fits perfectly, though there's nothing supernatural about it. It's simply evolution's quiet genius adapting to darkness. Deeper still, in slower channels where the current barely moves, giant catfish wait in hollows beneath fallen logs. They rest there motionless for hours, sometimes days, conserving energy, sensing vibrations through long whisker-like barbels that stretch from their faces. Those whiskers are more sensitive than any sonar device. They detect the faintest tremor of movement. A small fish darting meters away sends a signal like a whisper through the water. When the catfish strikes, it's instant. There's no warning, no chase, just an eruption of silt and a sudden absence where something was. Even larger residents patrol these depths. The arapaima, already massive near the surface, occasionally descends to the darker layers in search of food. Its body is built for survival here. Broad scales, tough as armour, and an organ that lets it breathe air when oxygen runs low. When it moves, the water parts around it like a slow sigh. Divers rarely see them up close, but sometimes they hear the sound. An enormous exhale from nowhere, a rush of bubbles that suggests something alive and immense nearby. Electric eels also call this world home, though they're not true eels at all. They are fish capable of generating electricity strong enough to stun or kill prey. In this dark water, where visibility is near zero, that ability is both weapon and language. They send out weak pulses to navigate and communicate, and when hunting, they release powerful shocks. Experiments have shown that they can even control their electricity with precision, producing short bursts to locate movement, and then delivering a full discharge when striking. It's a reminder that light isn't the only way to see. Down here, power itself becomes a form of perception. Not every inhabitant of the depths is large or deadly. Some are almost invisible. Tiny crustaceans that float among particles of sediment, worms that burrow through the mud, larvae waiting for the right season to rise to the surface and transform. To them, this murk isn't oppressive, it's shelter. The riverbed is soft, rich with nutrients, constantly renewed by the flow. Every inch of it hides movement. If you were to scoop a handful of the mud and examine it closely, you'd find an entire city of living things. Every fragment of leaf or grain of sand supports something. The Amazon's darkness isn't empty, it's crowded beyond imagination. When scientists first began sending submersible cameras into these waters, they expected monotony. They imagined the deep Amazon as a flat, featureless plain of mud. What they found instead was complexity. Channels, ridges, slopes, and entire forests of submerged roots, forming mazes beneath the water. Some of these structures are decades old, others centuries. Trees that fell long ago have become frameworks for coral-like growths of algae and bacteria. Small fish use them as shelters. Larger ones use them as ambush points. Even in the total absence of light, structure matters. It defines where life gathers and where it hides. Occasionally something unfamiliar appears on camera. A thin shape that doesn't match known species. A sudden flash of reflection from something metallic-looking. A slow shadow that passes just beyond the edge of visibility. Most of these are tricks of the water, refractions, drifting debris, but not all. New species are discovered here every year, often by accident. A fish caught in a net that no one recognises, a fragment of DNA found in a water sample that doesn't match any database. The Amazon's darkness keeps its secrets well, but it can't hide them forever. Each discovery reminds scientists that there's far more life here than anyone has catalogued. For locals who fish or travel these waters, the unknown is part of daily reality. They tell stories of fish that drag nets under, of shadows that pass beneath canoes large enough to rock them, of sudden surges that pull animals, or people, into the depths without a trace. Some of these tales come from encounters with real species, like the massive catfish that can reach hundreds of kilograms in weight. Others come from rarer, more ambiguous events. A strange splash at night, a line that snaps without warning, a ripple that spreads long after the wind has stopped. In a place where the water itself is opaque, belief fills the gaps. The darkness below the surface becomes a stage for imagination, and imagination here carries the weight of truth. But the line between story and science is thinner than it seems. Many animals once considered mythical turned out to be real. The pink river dolphin, once thought to be a shape-shifting spirit by local cultures, was confirmed by biology as a distinct species with behaviours that genuinely appear mysterious. It can flex its neck, navigate through submerged trees, and emit clicks too subtle for human ears. Other species, like the electric eel or the kangaroo, were surrounded by fear and exaggeration, until careful study revealed the facts. The darkness doesn't lie, but it makes everything uncertain until someone looks closer. Still, there are moments that defy easy explanation. Divers have reported seeing flickers of light far below where sunlight could reach. Some describe them as pale blue glows, others as quick flashes like distant lightning. At first, these accounts were dismissed as equipment reflections, but a few controlled dives confirm that faint bioluminescence does occur in some areas, likely from bacteria or small organisms living on decomposing matter. In a few cases, fish appear to carry the glow themselves, though it faded quickly when brought to the surface. Whether these are true luminous species or temporary effects remains unclear. The idea that light could be born in such darkness feels fitting. Every layer of the Amazon tells a version of the same story: adaptation, survival, transformation. Near the surface, plants and insects thrive on sunlight. Below, in the black water, life finds other ways. It breathes through skin, feeds on decay, senses through electricity. The deeper one looks, the less human the rules become. Our eyes, lungs, and logic aren't built for this environment. That's why it feels alien. But to the creatures that live here, this is normality. Their world is shaped not by light and colour, but by flow, texture, and vibration. If you linger long enough in this world, something shifts in perception. You stop waiting for light. You start noticing other cues, the gentle tug of the current against your hand, the faint hum of distant movement, the temperature change when you pass through invisible layers. The river teaches a different kind of attention. It rewards stillness. The longer you remain still, the more it reveals. A small shape flits past your arm. It's a fish the size of a finger, curious but cautious. Then another follows, then a dozen more. They hover there, testing the strange bubble of air and sound you've brought into their home. They don't fear you exactly. They just don't understand what you are. And somewhere beyond them, something larger moves. You can't see it, but the pressure around you changes slightly, as if the water itself took a deeper breath. The smaller fish vanish instantly. A shadow passes, massive and slow, stirring up a cloud of silt that blots out everything. Then it's gone. The silence that follows isn't empty. It's full of questions. You realise that no matter how much equipment or knowledge you bring, down here you're blind again, a visitor in a realm that doesn't answer to light or language. The darkness below the surface is not hostile, only absolute. It hides beauty as easily as danger. A cluster of freshwater sponges clings to a submerged branch, their forms soft and delicate. Small shrimp weave between them, feeding on what drifts by. Nearby, a snail creeps along the mud, leaving a trail that will vanish as soon as the next current passes. Nothing here lasts long in one place. Everything moves, even when it seems still. As you rise back toward the faint light above, the layers shift again. The colour warms, the pressure lessens, and the sound of the upper world begins to return. The distant cries of birds, the soft slap of water against roots. The darkness doesn't release you easily. It holds on, reminding you that it's always there, waiting just below, unseen but alive. And as the surface comes closer, a question lingers. If so much life thrives where light cannot reach, how much else waits below, beyond even what science imagines? The Amazon has had millions of years to shape its hidden world. Somewhere in that span, perhaps new creatures evolved, ones that have never been caught or named, beings that exist only in the overlapping zone between biology and myth. Maybe the stories of the locals, of great shadows, glowing eyes, and movements too vast for known fish, aren't fantasies at all, but glimpses of realities still hidden by the dark. The water breaks softly as you emerge, and for a moment the night air feels thin, almost unreal. You can hear the forest again, the insects, the frogs, the constant hum. Above you stretches a sky the colour of wet stone, and below the surface ripples, sealing the world you've just left. It's still there, still moving, still breathing beneath your reflection. Somewhere down in that weight of water, the unseen continues its slow dance, untouched by light, guided by senses we can barely comprehend. The Amazon's darkness doesn't end at depth. It extends through every layer of mystery still unmeasured, still unspoken, inviting anyone curious enough to keep looking, to keep listening, to remember that beneath every calm surface lies a story still unfolding. And so the river keeps breathing, drawing in secrets, releasing them in whispers, carrying us further along its endless, unseen path. When the current slows and the river widens, the Amazon changes its voice. The surface becomes almost still, the colour deepening to a thick bronze that hides everything beneath. You could stand on a boat in the middle of it and see nothing but the reflection of clouds. Yet just a few metres below, the real world begins, filled with movement so immense that the water itself seems to tremble. This is the domain of the river giants, creatures that seem to belong to another era, built on scales and bone thick enough to defy imagination. They aren't myths or exaggerations. They are real animals, survivors of an ancient lineage that never let go of its size. The most famous of them is the arapaima, sometimes called the pirarucu, a fish that can grow longer than a person and heavier than a motorcycle. At a glance, it looks like a relic from prehistory, a living spear of armour, its scales shimmering between bronze, red and green when the light hits just right. But what makes it extraordinary isn't just its size, it's the way it breathes. Unlike most fish, the arapaima must rise to the surface every 10 or 15 minutes to gulp air. You can hear it before you see it, a deep, hollow sound that cuts through the stillness of the river. In some parts of the Amazon, that sound is as familiar as the call of a bird. Locals can tell the size of the fish just by the depth of that exhale. When you first hear it, it's unsettling, like something larger than life surfacing for a brief moment before vanishing again. The arapaima has lungs of a sort, a modified swim bladder lined with blood vessels that extract oxygen from air instead of water. This adaptation allows it to thrive in oxygen-poor environments where other species would suffocate. During the dry season, when isolated pools shrink and stagnate, the arapaima survives while others perish. It feeds on whatever moves, smaller fish, crustaceans, even the occasional bird that lands too close to the surface. Despite its power, it moves with a strange calmness, a creature entirely sure of its place in the world. It has no natural predators once fully grown. Its only threat has been humans, who for centuries hunted it for its meat and scales. Even now, though protected in many areas, it remains a prize for fishermen who claim to feel the entire boat shift when one strikes. To see an arapaima up close is to confront something both ordinary and alien. Its head is broad and flat, its eyes small, its mouth framed by bone plates that could crush almost anything it bites. Yet there's intelligence in its movements. It watches. It seems to weigh decisions. When it surfaces to breathe, it does so in silence except for that single exhale, as if testing the air before returning to its quiet kingdom. Divers who have encountered them describe the sensation as meeting something that recognises your presence, not with fear, but curiosity. For a few seconds it drifts near, then turns away, the slow beat of its tail stirring the water like the passing of a submarine. But the arapaima isn't alone. The Amazon's depths hold many giants, some well known, others rarely seen. One of the most formidable is the piraíba, a species of catfish that can grow to more than 3 meters in length. With a head shaped like an anvil and a mouth wide enough to swallow a small animal, it rules the deeper channels where few other creatures dare to linger. Stories about the piraíba have circulated among river communities for generations. Fishermen speak of lines snapping like thread, of boats nearly pulled under, of shadows passing beneath the hull that could only belong to something massive. When caught, the fish's weight can exceed 200 kilograms. Even then, the stories say, it fights until the very last moment, thrashing with enough force to break oars and crack wooden planks. Its diet includes smaller catfish, crustaceans, and anything unlucky enough to drift near the bottom. Some claim it scavenges drowned animals, even humans, though scientific evidence for that remains uncertain. What's undeniable is its strength. The piraíba is muscle wrapped in armour, a reminder that in the Amazon the line between predator and legend is thin. Another catfish, the jow, though smaller, has an equally fierce reputation. It's known for its stubbornness. Once hooked, it refuses to surface easily, dragging lines deep into the water and forcing fishermen into hours-long battles. Its flesh is prized, but catching it demands patience bordering on obsession. Locals say that a jow can feel the pull of a line and swim directly against the current to resist it, a feat that turns every catch into a contest of endurance. To outsiders, these fish might seem monstrous in scale and behaviour, but to those who live by the river, they're part of its character, expressions of the water's strength. Then there's the electric eel, another of the Amazon's strange rulers. Long and cylindrical, it can reach lengths over 2 meters, its body housing thousands of electrocytes, cells that produce electric charges. It uses weak pulses to navigate like a radar, but when threatened or hunting, it releases shocks of up to 600 volts. In the dark, that electricity crackles invisibly through the water, momentarily illuminating the river's hidden network of nerves and signals. For small fish and amphibians, it's fatal. For humans who stray too close, it's unforgettable. There are documented cases of eels stunning caimans, the small crocodiles of the Amazon, by wrapping themselves around their prey and delivering continuous shocks until the animal is immobilized. Electric eels are solitary, territorial, and deliberate in movement. They rest buried in mud, emerging at night to feed. Their ability to create electricity gives them an almost mythic aura among the people of the basin. Some indigenous groups once believed that lightning storms were the work of massive eels rising to the surface to communicate with the sky. When thunder rolled over the forest, elders would nod knowingly, saying the eels were talking again. In scientific terms, they're not wrong. The discharge patterns of electric eels share the same frequency range as certain atmospheric phenomena. Nature's logic and folklore overlap more often than we admit. But even among these giants, there are mysteries that resist easy explanation. In certain remote tributaries, fishermen speak of fish larger than any known species, creatures that rise briefly during floods and vanish before they can be captured. They describe them as grey or black, with ridged backs and small eyes. Some claim to have heard their calls, deep resonant vibrations that travel through the hull of a boat like distant thunder. Scientists tend to dismiss these accounts as exaggerations, but given the Amazon's immensity, it's hard to be certain. New species of the large fish are still discovered every decade. It's not impossible that something massive remains hidden, surfacing only when conditions are perfect. Part of what fuels these stories is the way the river distorts perception. In murky water, size is impossible to judge, A fish swimming close can appear gigantic, while one farther away might seem small, even if it's huge. Add the play of light, bubbles, and sound, and it's easy to see how an ordinary creature becomes extraordinary. Yet dismissing every story as illusion would be a mistake. The Amazon has repeatedly surprised those who thought they understood it. Every expedition returns with something new, an unexpected species, an unrecorded behaviour, a discovery that shifts the boundary between known and unknown. Beyond the giants themselves, there are the ghosts of what once lived here. Fossil records suggest that ancient relatives of modern Amazon fish once reached even greater sizes. During prehistoric floods, when the basin was connected to the sea, marine species migrated inland. Some evolved to survive in fresh water, others perished. The ancestors of the Arapaima may have been among those migrants, carrying traces of their oceanic past in their scales and bones. The river's depth holds remnants of those ages, fossilized teeth, vertebrae, and shells buried beneath layers of silt. Each piece is a clue to a time when the Amazon was not just a river, but an inland sea stretching across half the continent. Even now, the echoes of that ancient ocean persist. Certain fish retain salt processing mechanisms they no longer need. Some species can tolerate brief exposure to brackish water far from the coast. Evolution has left its fingerprints everywhere, shaping creatures that look mismatched, as though designed by memory rather than function. The long snout of the gar, the armour of the armoured catfish, the flattened heads and giant eyes of bottom dwellers, all of it speaks to adaptation refined by trial and error over millions of years. At night, when the air cools slightly and fog drifts low over the river, the giants come closer to the surface. They hunt in silence, guided by vibrations. Occasionally one will strike near the shore, and the impact sounds like someone dropping a log into the water. Then there's the pause, a breath, a circle of ripples expanding outward, and stillness again. You could spend years beside the river and never see more than that. Yet those few seconds are enough to leave an impression that lingers for life. Something huge moved there, something real but barely glimpsed. Researchers studying the behaviour of these large fish often use acoustic sensors to map their movements. The readings show patterns that seem purposeful, migration routes that align with flood cycles, feeding zones that shift with temperature changes, breeding grounds hidden in flooded forests. The data confirm what locals have always known. These animals follow rhythms deeper than any map. They're guided by water levels, lunar cycles, and chemical cues invisible to us. When the river rises, they move inland. When it falls, they retreat to deeper channels. Their migrations are so precise that generations of people have learned to predict them without instruments, relying solely on observation passed down through memory. For those who fish for survival, these patterns mean everything. Knowing when and where the giants move determines whether a village eats well or goes hungry. For that reason, many communities maintain a quiet respect for the biggest creatures. Some refuse to catch the largest individuals, calling them guardians of the river. They believe that taking one brings bad luck or floods. Others hold ceremonies of thanks when a giant fish is caught, returning parts of it to the water as an offering. Whether seen as spiritual or practical, the gesture acknowledges a truth science agrees with. Without the giants, the river's balance falters. They control populations, recycle nutrients, and maintain the structure of the ecosystem. Their size isn't just spectacle, it's function. Occasionally, researchers have recorded interactions between these giants that border on astonishing. In one study, a team using underwater microphones captured low-frequency pulses produced by Arapaima during mating season. The sounds were deep enough to travel for kilometres, inaudible to human ears but powerful enough to make instruments vibrate. In another case, electric eels were observed hunting cooperatively, herding schools of fish into confined areas before releasing coordinated shocks. Behaviour like that challenges assumptions about these creatures' intelligence. The river may hide its monsters, but it also hides minds adapted to its complexity. When floods rise high enough to submerge the forest, the giants follow the water into new territory. They glide between tree trunks, their massive bodies moving with improbable precision. The idea of such large animals navigating what looks like a forest is difficult to picture until you see it. Branches brush their backs, leaves swirl in their wake, and smaller fish scatter ahead of them. In those moments, the distinction between river and jungle disappears completely. It's one continuous habitat, breathing and shifting, with the giants as its slow-moving heartbeat. There's a story told along one tributary of a fisherman who claimed to have followed an enormous shape through the flooded forest at night. He described it as wider than his canoe, its movement pushing waves through the trees. When he shone his lamp into the water, he saw nothing but suspended mud. Then a pair of small eyes reflected back before vanishing. The man returned to his village shaken but calm. He didn't call it a monster. He said simply, "The old one is still there." To the people who live with the river, that explanation is enough. The old ones are the keepers of the current, reminders that not everything must be understood to be respected. Standing on the surface, it's hard to imagine that below you swim creatures that can rival anything in the sea. Yet they are there, silent and immense, shaping the river just by existing. Every exhale of an arapaima, every sweep of a catfish's tail stirs the sediment that feeds the entire ecosystem. When they rise to breathe, they connect two worlds for a moment, the unseen depths and the open air above. Their presence bridges myth and biology, reminding us that the fantastic often hides in plain sight, disguised as survival. And as the night deepens again, the sound of breathing returns, the same hollow exhale that marks the surface of the Amazon, like a quiet heartbeat. The air smells of rain and silt. Somewhere in that darkness, the river giants move unseen, keeping time with the pulse of the water. Every current they cross leaves a signature that fades too quickly to follow, but it's there, repeating endlessly beneath the calm. The surface may seem still, but the truth lies below, where the river never sleeps, where giants glide through the dark like shadows made of flesh, and where every breath from the depths carries the memory of something older than memory itself. And as the current carries you further along, the line between myth and reality continues to blur, leading you deeper into a world where both feel exactly the same. The deeper one learns about the Amazon, the clearer it becomes that its most feared inhabitants are not always the largest. Sometimes the most unsettling legends grow around the smallest creatures, the ones almost invisible to the eye yet powerful enough to shape stories that endure for centuries. Among these, none has captured the imagination or dread of people quite like the Kandiru. To speak its name along the river still draws nervous glances, half from superstition and half from genuine respect. It is said to be the fish that can enter the human body, the parasite that hunts by scent, the invisible horror of the Amazon's dark waters. Stories about the Kandiru are told in the same careful tone as warnings. Fishermen mention it only when describing certain dangers of bathing or urinating in the river. Elders speak of men who ignored the old advice and vanished into the forest in agony. Outsiders hear these tales and imagine a monster, a snake-sized predator that leaps at victims with intent. In truth, the Kandiru, or Vandellia serosa, is barely the length of a finger, a translucent fish that spends most of its life hidden among sand and silt. Its body is almost transparent, its movement nearly invisible, yet its reputation has travelled farther than any of the Amazon's giants, feeding a legend that still unsettles even seasoned biologists. The truth and the myth are tangled together as they so often are in the Amazon. Scientifically, the Kandiru belongs to a group known as parasitic catfish. It feeds not on flesh but on blood, attaching itself to the gills of larger fish. Using sharp spines near its head, it anchors itself in place and extracts small amounts of blood from the host. In its natural cycle, this act causes no lasting harm. The larger fish swim on, the parasite feeds, and the ecosystem continues its quiet balance. The story becomes darker only when humans enter the equation. For generations, people living along the river have warned that the Candiru can mistake a human for a host, entering through bodily openings and lodging itself inside. It's a tale that's spread through books, films, and rumours, each retelling more dramatic than the last. Early European explorers wrote of it in horror, describing incidents where victims required desperate surgery to remove the fish. But those accounts were often based on hearsay rather than direct evidence. The first detailed report came in the 19th century, when a physician named George Bastos claimed to have removed a Candiru from a man's urinary tract. His account described a painful and bloody procedure that quickly gained notoriety. The story was retold in countless variations, transforming a small parasitic fish into one of the most infamous creatures on the planet. Modern research, however, has found little proof that such incidents occur naturally. Studies conducted over the last century have repeatedly failed to confirm the Candiru's ability to enter a human body in the way legends describe. The fish is attracted primarily to water currents and chemical signals from gill openings, not urine or other substances as once thought. In laboratory settings, Candiru do not actively seek out mammals or respond to human scent. What's more, their size and physiology make it unlikely they could penetrate or remain lodged in human tissue without being noticed immediately. Scientists who have studied them closely tend to classify the old stories as misunderstandings mixed with exaggeration. Yet, as with many Amazon legends, the persistence of the story suggests something deeper. The fear of the Candiru isn't really about a single species, it's about the unease that comes from realizing how vulnerable the human body becomes in an environment so alien. In a place where water hides everything, where vision and control fade instantly, the smallest creature can feel like a threat. The legend of the Candiru grew not only from biology, but from psychology, a reflection of how people make sense of invisible dangers. Still, that doesn't mean the Candiru is harmless. Its parasitic habits make it one of the most efficient feeders in the river. The spines near its head are sharp enough to pierce tissue, and once embedded it can be difficult to remove. Fishermen cleaning their catches sometimes find them lodged in the gills of larger fish, their bodies swollen with blood. To see one up close is to understand how evolution can create precision instruments from necessity. The Candiru's body is smooth, nearly frictionless, its movements quick and direct. When it detects a host, it aligns itself perfectly with the current, darts forward, and locks into place in a fraction of a second. In that instant, survival becomes a matter of speed. Locals have long known how to deal with them. Certain plants are used in traditional medicine to repel or kill parasitic fish, their extracts poured into water to drive them out. Some tribes use fine mesh nets or specific bathing spots where the current runs strong, reducing the chance of encounter. These practices aren't born from superstition alone. They reflect generations of observation and understanding of how to coexist with a world that demands respect. In the Amazon, every creature, no matter how small, teaches something about limits. When scientists began studying the Candiru in detail, they discovered that its biology tells a story as remarkable as its myth. Its ability to locate hosts relies on detecting minute chemical traces of ammonia and other compounds released through gills. It doesn't see or hear in the conventional sense, but reads the chemical language of the water. That sensitivity makes it one of the most specialized hunters in freshwater environments. What appears as instinct is actually an exquisite adaptation honed over millions of years. Despite its reputation, the Candiru plays a vital ecological role. By feeding on the blood of larger fish, it helps regulate populations and remove weak or diseased individuals. It participates in the same cycle of balance that defines the river. The myth paints it as a villain, but in truth, it's part of the river's immune system. Without creatures like it, decay would outpace renewal and disease would spread unchecked. Every life here, no matter how unsettling, contributes to the whole. But myths are stubborn things. Even as research clarifies the facts, the story of the Candiru continues to circulate, retold in documentaries, campfire warnings, and whispered anecdotes. What keeps it alive isn't proof, but imagination. The idea of something small enough to slip unseen into the body, unstoppable and intimate, taps into fears older than science itself. It's the same instinct that makes people afraid of the dark or wary of deep water. The unknown becomes a mirror for our most private anxieties. In the villages along the Amazon, stories about the kangaroo often carry moral lessons. They warn against carelessness, pride, or disrespect toward the river. A man who enters the water arrogantly, ignoring the old customs, may suffer the kangaroo's punishment. A fisherman who pollutes or wastes his catch might attract the same fate. These tales serve as social reminders of balance. They teach humility through fear, turning a biological oddity into a guardian of behaviour. In that sense, the kangaroo's legend is less about horror than about order. Yet some encounters defy easy categorization. There are credible reports of small fish lodging themselves in wounds or openings on animals, especially during dry seasons when water levels drop and space becomes limited. In such conditions, competition forces unusual behaviour. If a kangaroo mistakes a movement or scent for a host, it may strike instinctively. Such accidents are rare but possible. The line between myth and reality, as always in the Amazon, is porous. What science dismisses as impossible may occur once in 1,000 cases, enough to sustain belief. The fear of the unseen runs deep in human consciousness. In many ways, the kangaroo embodies that fear perfectly. A creature almost invisible until it acts, one that turns water, the symbol of life and purity, into a place of hidden risk. Every culture has its version of such a being. In the sea it might be the leech, the lamprey, or the tiny jellyfish that delivers a sting too small to see. In forests it might be the parasite that lives unnoticed beneath skin. The Amazon's contribution to that universal catalogue of dread is this tiny fish that doesn't roar, doesn't hunt in packs, doesn't chase, but simply waits. Beneath the fear, however, lies fascination. Scientists who study parasitic fish speak of their precision with admiration. The kangaroo's sensory systems, its streamlined body, its ability to navigate through complete darkness, all are feats of evolution that rival any predator's skill. To watch one under magnification, darting through water with purpose and control, is to see efficiency perfected. There's no waste, no hesitation. Its design answers a very specific question posed by its environment: how to survive when everything around you is larger, faster, and stronger. The solution is subtlety. Instead of fighting, it hides. Instead of chasing, it infiltrates. Its strength lies in invisibility. For the people who live along the Amazon, that lesson is not lost. They know that survival here depends not on dominance, but on understanding. The river punishes arrogance and rewards attention. The kangaroo, in its small way, symbolizes that truth. It reminds everyone that power doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it glides unseen through the current, waiting for the careless. When night falls and the river grows quiet, the idea of such a creature becomes more vivid. The air cools, the mist thickens, and the surface of the water reflects nothing but the pale shimmer of stars. You can hear frogs calling from the banks, insects buzzing, the faint splash of fish breaking the surface. Somewhere in that immense expanse, millions of tiny forms move unseen: larvae, minnows, parasites, hunters. The kangaroo is just one of them, indistinguishable from the rest until it acts. To think about that while the river slides past is to feel the weight of invisibility. The Amazon's danger doesn't roar, it whispers. Yet even here, the line between threat and wonder blurs. The kangaroo's world is one of intricate balance. It survives because the river allows it to, because every drop of water carries the chemical trace of life. It's part of a conversation that never stops, a network of signals exchanged between species. When we call it a parasite, we impose a moral judgment that nature doesn't recognize. To the river, the kangaroo is neither evil nor cruel. It is efficient, necessary, inevitable. Scientists continue to study it not out of fear, but curiosity. Its ability to detect chemical changes in the water has applications in research beyond biology. Understanding how it senses ammonia could lead to new environmental monitoring techniques or medical sensors. Even the creature that once inspired terror might one day help protect the ecosystem it calls home. The irony of that transformation isn't lost on those who study it. Legends cast it as a villain, but science may yet turn it into an ally. Meanwhile, the stories persist because they serve a purpose. Stories always do. They make sense of what can't be seen. In a world as vast and opaque as the Amazon, fear becomes a kind of map. It outlines the boundaries of knowledge, showing where caution belongs. To speak of the kangaroo is to acknowledge the river's complexity, to admit that even now, with all our tools and data, much remains hidden. That humility, uncomfortable though it may be, is what keeps curiosity alive. So the next time someone mentions the kangaroo, it's worth remembering both truths. There is the real fish, small, precise, necessary. And there is the legend, vast and haunting. Between them lies the space where science and imagination meet, the same space that gives the Amazon its power. The myth bites back, not because it's true, but because it carries a truth of its own, that in the natural world, fear and respect are often the same emotion. Somewhere under the surface, as the current slides over sand and shadow, a tiny shape drifts. It moves without sound, guided by signals we can't perceive. It is not hunting us. It is simply following the rhythm of its existence, part of a system that has no villains, only participants. The river breathes around it, vast and indifferent. The legend remains above, where people tell stories by firelight, passing them from one generation to the next, and between them, in that endless exchange of fact and fear, the kangaroo continues to glide, unseen but unforgettable, one more thread in the fabric of a world that never stops moving. And as the night stretches on, the water cools, and the forest hums softly, the smallest of the river's monsters continues its quiet work, reminding anyone who listens closely that the most powerful stories often begin not with what we see, but with what we can't. The water turns darker as the river bends, the kind of darkness that doesn't come from night, but from life itself. Tiny fragments of soil, leaves and decaying matter drift endlessly, turning the current into something closer to liquid shadow. Light disappears so quickly here that even at midday it feels like dusk below the surface. If you sink your hand beneath, you can watch it vanish inch by inch until it's gone completely, swallowed by the brown-green haze. It's a strange kind of invisibility, not empty but filled with movement. Fish, insects and drifting plants slip through it unseen. This is where the rules of vision change, where sight no longer means what we think it does. For most of the creatures that live here, the murk is not a problem. It's home. They've evolved in it for millions of years, long before the first human eyes ever peered into the river. They don't rely on vision the way we do. To them, seeing isn't about colour or detail, but about sensing change. The flicker of a shadow, the shift of a current, the vibration of movement. In this darkness, the eyes that matter most aren't always visible. Some belong to creatures that barely need them, others to those that have turned blindness into precision. To understand how life thrives in near darkness, it helps to start with light itself. The Amazon's rivers carry enormous loads of sediment. Rain falls constantly, washing minerals and organic debris from the forest floor into the water. Every storm adds another layer of opacity. Even where the current looks clear from above, visibility drops sharply below. In some tributaries, sunlight penetrates less than a meter. Deeper than that, colour fades entirely. Red and yellow vanish first, then green, until everything becomes blue-grey. Beyond that depth, even blue dissolves. The result is a world where sight offers little advantage and other senses take over. The eyes that survive in such a place are specialists. Many fish have pupils that adjust rapidly to changing light, expanding wide in murky water to capture the faintest glimmer. Some have lenses shaped to focus on objects just a few centimetres away, trading distance for detail. Others have developed layers of reflective tissue behind the retina, amplifying whatever light remains. That's why, at night, if you shine a beam into the river, you sometimes see small reflections blink back like distant sparks. They aren't ghosts or spirits, but real eyes, evolved to use even the weakest light. Among the most remarkable of these are the eyes of the arowana. Sleek, silver and strong, the arowana spends much of its time near the surface, hunting insects and small animals that fall from overhanging branches. Its vision is precise enough to detect movement above the water. It can leap more than a metre into the air to snatch prey, guided by the faintest flicker of motion. Its eyes are angled upward, giving it a constant view of what passes overhead. To it, the boundary between air and water is just another layer to pierce. It sees both worlds at once. In the dim conditions of the Amazon, that adaptation makes it one of the river's most efficient hunters. Deeper down, other fish use a completely different strategy. The red-bellied piranha, for instance, relies on contrast rather than clarity. Its eyes are adapted to detect sudden changes in brightness. A moving shadow signals a potential meal, even if the details are lost. Contrary to popular belief, piranhas are cautious creatures. They rarely attack without reason. Their eyesight helps them judge movement quickly, distinguishing between a wounded fish and a passing leaf. What looks like frenzy to an observer is often a calculated reaction to visual cues that humans barely notice. In the blackwater rivers of the Amazon, where tannins from decaying leaves turn the water the colour of tea, some species have taken vision in the opposite direction. They've reduced their reliance on it almost completely. Catfish that live in these conditions often have small or absent eyes, their bodies covered instead with sensory cells that detect electric fields. These organs pick up the faint pulses emitted by living things, turning the entire environment into a field of invisible light. Where we would see nothing, they perceive a world alive with signals. One of the most extraordinary examples of this is found in knifefish. Their bodies generate a continuous weak electric field, and any disturbance in that field tells them about the shape, distance, and movement of nearby objects. It's a kind of vision without eyes, a way of mapping space through invisible energy. They can navigate through complete darkness with astonishing accuracy, even identifying individual fish by the patterns of their electric signatures. To humans, this ability seems alien, but to them, it's as natural as sight. When we talk about eyes in the murk, theirs might be the truest kind. Even creatures without such specialised adaptations find ways to manage. The river dolphin, with its pale pink skin and flexible body, navigates through cloudy water using echolocation. It emits bursts of clicks and listens for the echoes bouncing off submerged trees and rocks. Each sound paints a picture of the surroundings in its mind. It can find prey hidden in mud or under vegetation, sense other dolphins nearby, and even recognise shapes. To us, sound is something fleeting, a wave that passes and vanishes. To the dolphin, it's structure, landscape, and memory all at once. It's tempting to think that darkness limits life, but in the Amazon it seems to do the opposite. The absence of light opens a niche for endless variation. There are fish with bioluminescent bacteria on their skin, though faint and fleeting, others with reflective scales that catch any stray photon. Some species hide in the shadows by day and emerge at night when the difference between light and dark disappears. The murk protects as much as it conceals. It's both camouflage and comfort. Even the eyes that appear useless aren't wasted. Evolution rarely discards completely what it can repurpose. Blind catfish still possess light-sensitive cells that help regulate their internal clocks. These cells detect changes in brightness too subtle for image formation, but strong enough to synchronize behavior. When the river brightens, they hide. When it darkens, they emerge. Their eyes have become timekeepers rather than tools for sight. There are moments when this hidden visual world reveals itself, if only for an instant. On nights when the water is still and the moon is high, you can sometimes see flashes beneath the surface. A swirl of scales, a glint of silver, a brief gleam before it fades. To an untrained observer, it looks random, but to those who know the river, each flash tells a story. It might be a predator chasing prey, or a school of small fish turning in unison to confuse an attacker. Every flicker is communication, a language of light understood by those who depend on it. In recent years, scientists have begun studying how these creatures perceive their dim world, using cameras and sensors that mimic animal vision. The results are striking. To a knife fish, the murk isn't brown or grey, it's alive with gradients of electric contrast. To a piranha, it's filled with bursts of motion. To a dolphin, it's a symphony of echoes. Each species experiences a version of reality perfectly tailored to its needs. The river, seen through all their senses combined, is not dark at all. It's just invisible to us. For the people who live by the river, eyes in the murk mean something else entirely. They're reminders that nothing here goes unseen. Fishermen speak of the feeling of being watched when they wade into the water at night. They can't point to anything, yet the sensation is undeniable. Maybe it's the way the current shifts, or the faint glimmer of reflected eyes, or just instinct. Whatever it is, it creates a sense of connection, a realization that in this place observation runs both ways. Humans are not the only ones who look. There's an old saying among some communities along the upper Amazon: the river sees before it gives. It means that the river, through its creatures, knows who approaches, who takes, and who respects its flow. The eyes beneath the surface belong not just to fish, but to the river itself. Whether taken literally or not, the sentiment carries weight. The more one learns about the Amazon, the more it feels like an organism that perceives in ways we can't measure. Its awareness comes from the sum of its parts, the gaze of countless small beings filtering through the water, sensing vibration, movement, and presence. At dusk, when the last light fades and the forest begins its nightly chorus, the eyes in the murk start to glow faintly under the beam of a flashlight. Not glowing on their own, but reflecting. Tiny pinpoints of light scattered across the surface, blinking and vanishing as fish turn away. The effect is mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. It reminds anyone watching that the river's darkness is never empty. Those glints belong to creatures that live entire lives unseen, their existence confirmed only by those brief flashes. Each one is a life continuing without notice, perfectly adapted to invisibility. What makes this world particularly fascinating is how little of it has been documented. The number of species living in the Amazon's waters remains uncertain. Scientists estimate thousands, many still undescribed. Each new discovery challenges assumptions about what life can become in low light. In one instance, researchers found a species of catfish with eyes positioned to look upward through layers of mud, using the faint illumination that filters through roots. Another fish, discovered in a tributary so dark that torches barely worked, possessed eyes coated with a reflective surface that enhances sensitivity far beyond that of human vision. Its world is monochrome but detailed in ways we can't imagine. Some species have gone in the opposite direction, losing vision entirely. They navigate through chemical cues and touch, brushing against the riverbed with elongated fins or whiskers. For them, eyes are unnecessary. Their survival depends on precision, not perception. In a place where light cannot guide, evolution trades sight for certainty. It's strange to realise that while we rely so much on seeing, most of a life on this planet lives without it. The Amazon merely exaggerates that truth. Underneath the forest canopy, where sunlight barely reaches, even above the water, darkness dominates. The murk below is just an extension of that shadow. Every creature that lives here embodies a different answer to the same question. How do you find your way when the world won't let you see? Some answers are violent, others elegant. The piranha strikes at contrast. The knifefish feels electric ripples. The dolphin listens. The arapaima surfaces for air and trusts its instincts. The candiru, that tiny parasite of myth, reads chemical traces instead of light. Together they form a sensory web so intricate that vision seems almost redundant. And yet, when one of these creatures does meet a ray of light, when a diver's lamp passes or the moon cuts through the water, the sight is unforgettable. The eyes that reflect that light seem older than time itself, polished by centuries of evolution. They blink once, maybe twice, then disappear. You're left with the afterimage, a pair of points glowing in the dark like memories that refuse to fade. The murk hides most things from us, but it also protects what we aren't meant to disturb. Every eye beneath the surface serves a purpose, whether to find food, avoid danger, or navigate through the invisible architecture of currents. Together, they give the river its perception. When we say the Amazon sees, we aren't speaking metaphorically. It truly does. Through millions of tiny observers, each responding to a world we can't perceive. If you could collect all those points of awareness, every shimmer of reflection, every electric pulse, every echo, and combine them, you'd have something close to vision on a planetary scale. The river would open its eyes fully, not as an animal or a spirit, but as a system that knows itself through constant observation. Every movement, every vibration, every signal becomes part of a single, continuous act of perception. And above it all, the forest breathes. Mist drifts from the canopy, falls as rain, and joins the water again. The eyes below watch it happen, unaware that their world is mirrored above. The same patterns repeat in both, the same search for light, the same adaptation to shadow. In that sense, the murk isn't just water thick with silt. It's a reflection of life's persistence, of evolution's quiet intelligence. Somewhere in that vast opacity a fish turns. Its eyes catch a faint glint and vanish. Another moves in response, sensing vibration, following currents invisible to us. The river continues its silent dialogue, one creature detecting another, one signal answered by a second. For them, the darkness is not an obstacle, but a language. And as the night deepens and the human world recedes to the edges of hearing, the eyes in the murk remain open, countless and unblinking. They mark the hidden life of the Amazon, the silent awareness that fills every drop of its water, and the steady truth that in this place, what cannot be seen is what keeps everything alive. The river carries with it the weight of deep time. Every drop that moves through its channels has passed through countless lives before, through eras when the forest looked nothing like it does now. Beneath the flowing water and dense canopy lies a history written not in stone, but in flesh. There are creatures in the Amazon that seem unchanged by the passing of ages, survivors of worlds that no longer exist. They are the ancient ones, the living remnants of ages when reptiles ruled the land and fish with lungs swam in primeval swamps. They never went extinct because they never needed to. Evolution shaped them once and then left them alone. When people first see one of these beings, the reaction is often disbelief. Some look too strange, too primitive, as if they should belong to a museum exhibit rather than a living river. Yet there they are, breathing, feeding, reproducing, continuing as if time had simply skipped over them. The Amazon shelters such creatures in part because of its stability. For millions of years, this basin has been a refuge, spared from the most violent shifts of climate and geography. While other environments froze or dried, the rainforest endured, preserving pockets of ancient lineages like memories trapped in amber. One of the clearest examples of this endurance is the lungfish, found in parts of the Amazon and several other continents once connected by the supercontinent Gondwana. The lungfish is a bridge between worlds, half fish, half something else. It breathes through gills when the water is high, but switches to lungs when the rivers shrink during the dry season. Its ability to gulp air allows it to survive in stagnant pools where oxygen levels drop to nearly nothing. When the water disappears completely, it burrows into the mud and seals itself inside a cocoon, slowing its metabolism to almost zero. It can remain that way for months, even years, waiting for the rains to return. When the first drops fall, it wakes, breaks through the dried shell of earth, and swims again as though nothing happened. The design of the lungfish hasn't changed significantly in hundreds of millions of years. Fossils from the Devonian period show the same elongated body, the same paired lungs, the same primitive fins that resemble the beginnings of limbs. To look at one today is to see evolution paused midway through an idea. A creature that could have walked onto land but chose not to. It found a way to exist between two realms and never left. That decision, if one can call it that, ensured its survival through extinctions that erased most of its contemporaries. Another of the river's survivors is the arapaima, already a subject of fascination for its size, but even more remarkable for its lineage. Its ancestors date back tens of millions of years to a time when much of South America was covered by a shallow inland sea. The structure of its skeleton, the pattern of its scales, and even the way it breathes all hint at that ancient origin. Its scales are layered like natural armour, combining flexibility with strength. Microscopic analysis reveals that each scale consists of multiple composite layers designed to absorb and disperse force. Piranhas can bite through almost anything else in the river, but not through the arapaima's hide. This defense mechanism is so effective that material scientists have studied it to develop new forms of lightweight protection for humans. Evolution's oldest solutions often turn out to be the most efficient. If the arapaima represents strength, then the electric eel represents ingenuity. Its ability to generate electricity predates many modern vertebrate adaptations. Long before mammals developed advanced nervous systems or brains capable of abstraction, creatures like the electric eel were already manipulating electricity with precision. The organ that produces its electric discharges evolved from muscle tissue, repurposed to store and release charge. Over millions of years, this system became more sophisticated, capable of emitting both low-voltage pulses for navigation and high-voltage bursts for attack or defense. The eel's ancestors date back far enough that their earliest relatives might have shared waters with the first dinosaurs. Yet the modern species remains almost identical in form and function. Time hasn't improved it because it didn't need improvement. The Amazon's ancient ones are not limited to fish. Reptiles, too, hold the record of the planet's long memory. The black caiman, for example, is a descendant of crocodilians that once roamed prehistoric rivers across South America. It can grow over 5 meters long, its skin thick and dark, its jaw lined with teeth evolved for crushing bone. At night, its eyes reflect red in the beam of a light, glowing like embers above the waterline. To watch one drift silently through the current is to see a piece of the past alive in the present. Its shape, its hunting strategy, its behaviour, all remain almost identical to those of its ancestors from 60 million years ago. The reason these creatures persist isn't mystery but mastery. Each found a way to fit perfectly into its environment. The lungfish adapted to drought, the arapaima to oxygen-poor water, the caiman to the balance of stealth and power. They occupy ecological roles so stable that nothing has forced them to change. In the Amazon, the conditions that shaped them remain constant enough to keep their old designs viable. This region is a time capsule not because it resists change, but because it renews it continuously, without breaking the underlying pattern. Deep in the flooded forests, smaller ancient forms hide as well. The armoured catfish, covered in bony plates and bristles, looks like a fossil brought to life. Its armour protects it from predators, and its mouth, shaped like a suction cup, allows it to cling to rocks in fast-moving streams. Fossil relatives of these fish date back to the Paleocene epoch, showing almost identical features. Some species feed on algae that grow on submerged wood, others sift through sediment for detritus. Their existence is a quiet one, unnoticed by most, yet they form the base of the ecosystem's stability. Their constant feeding cleans the riverbed, preventing decay from overwhelming the system. Then there are the turtles. The Amazon river turtle, or Podosnemis expansa, is among the largest freshwater turtles in the world. It has been nesting along these banks for tens of millions of years, long before humans appeared. Every year, thousands of females gather on sandbanks to lay eggs, following a ritual unchanged by time. Their ancestors once shared habitats with creatures that no longer exist, but they endure, guided by instincts older than memory. Some individuals live over a century, their shells marked by the passage of decades like tree rings. To touch one is to make contact with history that has never been written. The persistence of these beings challenges the usual narrative of evolution as a constant race toward improvement. Here, success means stability, not transformation. The creatures that remain unchanged have already reached the optimal form for their world. The Amazon, with its complex web of water, forest and climate, provides an environment so balanced that ancient life can survive without the need to adapt further. It's a reminder that change is not always progress. Sometimes it's maintenance. When scientists study the DNA of these species, they find traces of their ancient relatives encoded within. Genetic markers link them to distant branches of the evolutionary tree, connecting the modern Amazon to prehistoric oceans and swamps. The lungfish's genome, for instance, is one of the largest known, containing immense stretches of information preserved from early vertebrates. It's like a living archive, a biological record of the transition from water to land. Every breath it takes carries the story of that journey. The persistence of these species also depends on the Amazon's sheer scale. Its size creates isolation, and isolation protects old lineages. Rivers branch and rejoin across thousands of kilometers, forming natural barriers that keep populations separate. In one region, a species might evolve slightly. In another, it remains unchanged. Over time, this isolation becomes a mosaic of both ancient and new forms living side by side. The Amazon is not a single ecosystem, but a collection of overlapping worlds, each with its own timeline. There's an almost eerie calm to these survivors. They move slowly, deliberately, as if aware of their longevity. Watching a black caiman slide beneath the surface or a turtle crawl onto a sandbank feels like witnessing something beyond human timescales. These creatures live at a rhythm the rest of the world forgot. They are not in a hurry because they don't need to be. Time moves differently for them, not as a line but as a loop. Each flood season, each nesting, each breath repeats the same pattern that's worked for millions of years. Occasionally new species are discovered that blur the boundary between ancient and modern. Fossilized bones found along old riverbeds often match living fish almost perfectly. Their structures unchanged since before the rise of mammals. Some scientists refer to the Amazon as an evolutionary museum, a place where extinct designs from other regions still persist in full function. It's not that evolution has stopped, but that here, the conditions have allowed old forms to remain relevant. The idea that these beings never died is more than metaphor. Their direct ancestors, the lineages that gave rise to them, have continued unbroken through mass extinctions that erased entire branches of the tree of life. When the asteroid struck at the end of the Cretaceous period, killing the dinosaurs, creatures like the ancestors of the caiman and lungfish endured. When ice ages froze much of the world, the Amazon remained a refuge of warmth and moisture. When new species evolved elsewhere, these old ones simply continued, adapting quietly to changes that destroyed others. Their survival is not luck, but resilience built into their very design. In the modern world, their endurance faces a new kind of challenge, one faster and more unpredictable than anything evolution prepared them for. Habitat loss, pollution, and climate change test even the most stable systems. The ancient ones, built for patience, may not adapt quickly enough. Some species of giant turtles now struggle to find nesting grounds because sandbanks are eroding faster than they can return. Certain populations of Arapaima, once abundant, have dwindled due to overfishing. The irony of losing creatures that have survived 60 million years to human activity measured in decades is hard to ignore. Yet even in this, resilience shows. Conservation efforts guided by both science and traditional knowledge have helped restore numbers in some regions. The river's memory is long, and recovery, though slow, remains possible. For the people who live beside these creatures, their presence carries spiritual weight. Many indigenous groups consider them ancestors or teachers. The lungfish, with its habit of sleeping in the mud, symbolizes endurance. The turtle represents patience and continuity. The caiman, strength and guardianship. These interpretations mirror the scientific truth in their own way. Each creature's traits, longevity, adaptability, calm persistence, reflect the same qualities that ensure survival over geological time. In the stillness of certain backwaters, where fallen trees create natural pools, you can sometimes find ancient ones resting together. Turtles half buried in silt, fish motionless near the bottom, a caiman drifting at the edge of shadow. Nothing moves fast, yet everything is alive. The air smells of earth and slow decay, the kind that gives life back to itself. In these places, time feels thick. You could stand there for an hour and sense no change, but beneath the surface, processes continue that have been repeating for eons. If you were to follow the current back through history, the image would stay the same. Lungs rising to the surface, scales gleaming under filtered light, shells scraping against sand. The creatures of that ancient river would look much like they do now. The Amazon, in this sense, isn't just a modern landscape. It's a continuous thread reaching backward through epochs, carrying the living remnants of what the world once was. The thought that some of these species have outlasted mountains and oceans gives perspective to human time. Civilizations rise and fall faster than their breeding cycles. Empires appear and vanish before a single turtle reaches old age. When a lungfish emerges from its cocoon after a long dry spell, it might surface into a world slightly different from before. A few new plants, a changed current. But for it, such changes mean little. Its rhythm continues, unbroken. As nights settle again over the river, the calls of frogs and insects rise, blending with the quiet hum of life that never stops. Somewhere below, the ancient ones move slowly, their outlines invisible in the dark. They have seen this world through countless variations of itself, through shifts in stars and climates, through the birth and disappearance of species. They don't carry memory in the human sense, yet their very existence is memory. Biological proof that survival is not always about change, but about knowing when not to. The river keeps flowing, carrying silt from ancient soils, feeding forests that have grown and fallen 1,000 times, and within it, those that never died continue to glide, breathe, and feed as they always have, unaware that the world calls them ancient. For them, there is only the present moment, repeating endlessly, as if time itself were just another current to follow. When the rains return, the river begins to rise, and with it the forest changes shape. What was once solid ground becomes a mirror of moving water. Roots that clung to soil now stand submerged, branches dip into the current, and animals accustomed to walking begin to swim. The Amazon doesn't flood like other rivers, it transforms. Over weeks the water climbs silently, swallowing the forest floor, spreading into valleys, pushing through the undergrowth until the trees seem to grow straight out of the river. Locals call this transformation the Vasia, the flooded forest. It is not a season of destruction, but of renewal. The first signs of the change are subtle. The air thickens with humidity, the smell of wet earth deepens, and the river's surface, once calm, begins to carry floating islands of debris, Leaves, branches, seeds, and soil wash down from upstream. At night, thunder rolls far away, and flashes of lightning reveal the swollen outlines of tree trunks. Then, slowly, the water begins to creep beyond its banks. Every day it rises a little more, covering paths, then meadows, then the roots of trees. The animals notice before people do. Ants build mounds higher than usual. Birds gather in restless flocks, calling louder, as if urging each other to higher branches. Fish that had waited in deeper channels begin to move inland, following instincts older than the forest itself. Within weeks, the transformation is complete. The forest has become a labyrinth of water and wood. What was once a trail becomes a narrow canal winding between tree trunks. Canoes replace footsteps. The ground disappears, replaced by shifting reflections. Leaves float where flowers once bloomed. The sound of the forest changes too. Instead of the rustle of dry leaves, there's the constant murmur of water moving through roots. Every sound seems softer, absorbed by the liquid air. Even time feels slower here, stretched by the rhythm of the current. The trees of the flooded forest are specialists in survival. Their roots are adapted to oxygen-poor conditions, some sending up aerial structures that reach above the surface to breathe. Others rely on chemical exchanges with microorganisms that thrive in wet soil. Certain species, like the Cecropia and the Macassaricuia, can remain submerged for months without decay. Their bark resists rot, and their seeds germinate only when the floods recede. This timing ensures that new growth begins exactly when the water withdraws, covering the exposed soil with green before the next season arrives. Fish take advantage of this shifting world in extraordinary ways. As the water rises, they follow it into the forest, using the submerged roots as shelter and feeding grounds. Fruits and seeds that fall from the canopy become a banquet. Some fish, like the tambaki and pacu, have teeth shaped almost like human molars, designed to crush nuts and fruit. They feed on what the trees offer, then carry the seeds elsewhere, spreading the forest's offspring through their waste. The relationship is ancient and mutual. The trees feed the fish, and the fish plant the forest. In the silence of this submerged world, sound travels differently. You can hear the splash of a fish echo between trunks, the distant call of a bird distorted by water and distance. Sunlight filters through the canopy and hits the surface in fractured beams, breaking into patterns that shift with the wind. Small insects skate across the water's film, their legs dimpling it without breaking through. Everywhere, life adjusts. Sloths cling to branches that now float meters above the forest floor. Monkeys leap from tree to tree, their reflections rippling below. The forest becomes an upside-down world where the boundary between land and river dissolves completely. For the people who live along these waters, the flooded season is both a challenge and a gift. Villages built on stilts rise with the tide, their wooden homes anchored in place by thick poles sunk deep into the mud. Daily life moves by canoe. Children paddling to school, farmers visiting fields now transformed into shallow lakes. In some regions, people fish directly beneath their homes, dropping lines through openings in the floor. The flood connects everything, turning isolation into mobility. Places that were days apart by foot become accessible within hours by water. This transformation also brings abundance. The flood spread nutrients across vast distances, enriching the soil. When the water finally retreats, it leaves behind a layer of fertile sediment, perfect for growing crops. Farmers plant maize, beans and cassava in the wake of the flood, timing their work with precision learned from generations of observation. The river in this sense is both farmer and harvester, feeding the land before taking it back again. Beneath the surface, the flooded forest becomes a breeding ground for countless species. Fish use submerged roots as nesting sites. Insects lay eggs on floating leaves, their larvae hatching directly into the water. Even birds take part. building low nests in branches now surrounded by water, safe from ground predators. The air buzzes with mosquitoes, dragonflies and beetles. Frogs call from hidden perches, their voices echoing in overlapping rhythms. Life multiplies with every centimetre the water climbs. In this world, vision distorts. What looks like still water might be several metres deep, or just a thin layer covering mud. Light bends and reflects from every angle. Objects seem closer or farther than they are. For anyone unfamiliar with it, moving through the flooded forest feels like wandering through a dream. The sense of direction dissolves quickly. Every tree looks like the next. Every path leads back to water. The people who navigate it learn to read subtle signs. The pattern of current against a trunk, the sound of distant birds, the smell of certain leaves carried by the wind. To them, the forest is not disorienting, it's alive with clues. The animals know the map even better. Manatees move through narrow channels with quiet grace, feeding on aquatic plants that grow where the sun still reaches. River dolphins, those pink phantoms of the Amazon, glide among the trunks, using echolocation to navigate through the maze. Their soft clicks bounce off roots and branches, painting a detailed soundscape of the submerged forest. They sometimes travel in pairs or small groups, surfacing between trees to breathe, their backs glistening in the dim light. Observers who have seen them describe the moment as unreal, creatures of another world moving through what looks like a flooded dreamscape. Above them, birds take advantage of the new environment. Kingfishers perch on branches half submerged, darting down to catch fish that swim where dry leaves once lay. Herons wade through shallow areas, their long legs trailing ripples as they move slowly, watching for movement. Macaws and parrots feed on fruit clusters, their calls echoing across the water. Even species not normally associated with wetlands adapt to this temporary world. Jaguars, for example, have been seen swimming through the flooded forest, hunting for fish or small mammals stranded on floating debris. In the Amazon, no creature belongs entirely to land or water. Everything is fluid. The flood also changes the chemistry of the river. As water seeps into the forest floor, it dissolves organic matter, releasing tannins and nutrients. The colour deepens to shades of amber and coffee. Oxygen levels fluctuate, creating challenges for some species and opportunities for others. Certain bacteria thrive in the low oxygen environment, breaking down plant matter and releasing carbon back into the system. The process fuels a vast network of microscopic life that supports everything above it. What seems chaotic is actually balance, an exchange of elements that sustains the river year after year. When the flood reaches its peak, the Amazon becomes one of the largest temporary wetlands on Earth. Satellites show entire regions covered in water, the borders between river and land blurred beyond recognition. From above, it looks like a single vast body, stretching for thousands of kilometres. But to those within it, the scale feels intimate, a world of reflections and echoes, where distance is measured not in kilometres, but in the time it takes to paddle from one tree to the next. In this submerged landscape, the concept of home shifts. Animals relocate with the water, following familiar routes. Humans move their livestock to higher ground or build floating pens. Even plants adjust, bending with the current, shedding leaves, waiting for the return of air. Every organism here has evolved not to resist the flood, but to live with it. The rhythm of rise and fall defines existence more than the passing of days or seasons. There's something almost deceptive about the calm of the flooded forest. It appears serene, peaceful, even fragile. But beneath that stillness lies immense energy. The flood carries seeds, nutrients, and entire ecosystems from one place to another. It is the mechanism by which the Amazon regenerates itself. Without it, the river would stagnate, the forest would age without renewal. The flood is not destruction, but respiration, the exhale of the river's long breath. At night, the flooded forest glows faintly with reflected light from the sky. Fireflies blink in slow patterns above the surface. The air vibrates with the sound of insects and frogs, a living chorus that never fully stops. Occasionally, a splash breaks the rhythm, a fish leaping for prey, or perhaps something larger stirring in the depths. The sound echoes among the trunks, returning distorted and unfamiliar. Every noise in the flooded forest carries mystery, because every sound has travelled through layers of water, wood, and mist. For researchers studying this ecosystem, understanding it means surrendering to its cycles. Measurements and maps have to adapt to a landscape that changes shape every year. A site marked as forest, one season might be open water the next. Instruments must float, records must shift, and patience becomes the main requirement. Yet those who spend time here speak of the experience with reverence. It's one of the few places where you can watch life reinvent itself in real time, where every flood erases and redraws the boundaries of the world. In the dry months that follow, when the water finally recedes, the transformation reverses. The forest floor reappears covered with a layer of rich, dark silt. Fish retreat to deeper channels. Animals return to their usual paths. The air grows lighter, the sound sharper. But traces of the flood remain. You can see them in the marks left on tree trunks, in the tangled roots coated with dried algae, in the smell of earth that lingers long after the water is gone. The forest remembers the flood, and the flood remembers the forest. They are two halves of the same organism, each defining the other. Even after the land dries, the rhythm continues invisibly. Seeds carried by the flood begin to sprout. Insects that hatch during the high water now emerge as adults, continuing their brief cycles of life. The fish that fed on fruit and seeds will return the next year, following the same currents. The trees too anticipate the next flood, growing roots that can endure months underwater. The system works not by resisting change, but by expecting it. And as the river prepares for its next rise, the forest waits. The patterns repeat. Rain, swelling, submersion, renewal. It has been this way for longer than anyone can remember. The flooded forest doesn't mark the end of a season or the beginning of another. It's simply part of the river's endless breathing. One long inhale, one slow exhale, a rhythm that keeps the Amazon alive. Somewhere within that pulse, under the canopy that touches the water and the roots that reach into the current, everything moves in quiet agreement. The fish, the trees, the people, the soil, they all adapt, adjusting to the eternal shift between water and air. And as the last drops of rain fall into the rising river, the transformation begins again, unnoticed by most, inevitable as the tide, patient as time itself. When daylight fades in the Amazon, the world does not fall silent, it changes hands. The voices that fill the day, the calls of macaws, the chatter of monkeys, the buzz of insects under the sun, give way to a different soundscape. It begins quietly, almost imperceptibly, as the heat of the day softens. The air cools, the wind dies down, and in that suspended moment between sunset and darkness, a new rhythm begins. The forest clears its throat. Then the night starts to speak. It starts with the insects. A faint ticking, then a hum, then a vibration that spreads in every direction. Each tiny sound overlaps with another until the air itself seems to buzz. Crickets, cicadas, katydids, and beetles fill the silence with an unbroken wall of noise. It's not random. Each species has its own pattern, its own interval, its own tone. Some chirp in fast repetition, others drone in long, low pulses. Together they create a texture of sound that feels almost physical, like a net stretched across the forest. The human ear can't separate all the layers, but the creatures that live here can. They know which frequencies belong to them, and which don't. Amid that constant hum, other voices emerge. The frogs begin to call. Their songs are deeper, wetter, resonating through the flooded forest like plucked strings. Each note carries across the water and bounces off tree trunks. Some species croak in slow, deliberate rhythms. Others trill rapidly, a staccato pulse that echoes from every direction. During the rainy season, the chorus can grow so intense that it drowns out conversation. If you stand still long enough, the sound seems to move through you rather than around you. It's easy to imagine that the forest itself is exhaling through thousands of small throats at once. Then come the mammals. Bats flicker out from their roosts, their wings making no sound perceptible to human ears, but their voices fill the darkness in ultrasonic bursts. Each pulse maps the night, tracing the outlines of branches, insects, and open air. Their sonar is precise enough to detect a mosquito's movement. To them, the forest is an ever-changing landscape of echoes, a three-dimensional pattern that refreshes with every beat of their wings. What we experience as silence, they experience as vision. Deeper in the trees, the night monkeys wake. Their calls are soft, questioning murmurs that rise and fall in short bursts. They communicate in tones so low they almost blend with the insect hum. These primates, unlike their daytime relatives, have large reflective eyes that catch any stray light. Their sight is adapted to dimness, their behaviour to caution. They move in pairs or small groups, whispering back and forth as they feed. Their world belongs to darkness, and their voices carry only as far as they need to. Above the canopy, another sound begins. The steady, distant calls of night birds. Owls hoot softly and their tones travel in clean arcs through the air. Some species, like the spectacled owl, have deep, rhythmic calls that sound like slow breathing. Others emit high, piercing notes that seem to hover just at the edge of hearing. Occasionally a burst of wings cuts through the pattern, the rush of air signalling a hunt. When the sound fades, silence returns for a moment, but only briefly. The night never stays quiet for long. The Amazon at night is not a peaceful place, though it feels tranquil to those who listen without understanding. Every sound is a conversation, a declaration, a warning, or a lure. The frogs sing to attract mates. The insects hum to claim territory. The owls call to mark their presence. Each noise has purpose, even if it blends into the whole. For the animals that live here, silence means danger. A sudden pause in the chorus is the forest's version of an alarm bell. It signals the approach of something larger, something predatory. When the night stops singing, even for a few seconds, every creature listens. Some of those listeners are predators themselves. In the dark water, electric fish send out pulses that double as communication and navigation. Each species has its own frequency range. The electric fields overlap but rarely interfere. When one fish encounters another, it adjusts its discharge slightly, avoiding confusion. These signals sound like faint taps on specialized sensors, invisible to the human ear but constant in the river. To imagine the underwater night is to imagine a silent concert of invisible electricity, every pulse a sentence, every echo a reply. Above the surface, other creatures use the cover of darkness for their own communication. Capybaras, the world's largest rodents, gather near the water's edge, their bodies half submerged. They make short, rhythmic whistles and clicks to maintain contact with one another. The sounds are gentle, almost comical, but they serve a critical purpose. In the darkness, staying close means safety. Predators like jaguars and caimans move silently through the night. To survive, capybaras must listen as carefully as they speak. The jaguar, for its part, rarely makes a sound while hunting. It moves with practiced stillness, each step deliberate. Its padded feet leave no trace, yet on rare occasions its voice breaks through the night, a deep guttural roar that seems to shake the air itself. The sound carries far across the water, low and resonant, a reminder that power does not need to announce itself often. Those who hear it remember it. For the smaller creatures, it's a signal to hide. For the forest, it's another note in the long symphony of survival. Even the river has its voice. At night, the current sounds different, less like movement and more like breathing. You can hear the slow slap of waves against roots, the occasional rush of water displaced by something large. When the wind is still, even small disturbances carry far. A fish jumping, a branch breaking, a body sliding into the water. Each noise marks a story that unfolds in the dark. The river speaks not in words but in weight and rhythm, and every creature knows how to read it. Fireflies drift among the trees, their light blinking in irregular patterns. Though silent, their glow adds to the forest's language. The pulses of light are courtship signals, messages exchanged across meters of air. Each species has its own rhythm, recognizable even to distant observers. Some flash in pairs, others in sequences that form repeating loops. The forest, already alive with sound, now becomes a conversation of light as well. To stand in the middle of it is to be surrounded by communication so dense that it feels like a living organism speaking through 1,000 mouths. There are moments during the night when the chorus shifts in tone. Around midnight, when the air is at its coolest, the frogs' calls deepen, the insects slow their rhythm, and the nocturnal mammals settle into feeding. The volume decreases slightly, but the texture thickens. Low frequencies dominate, creating a kind of hum that vibrates through the ground. Scientists have recorded these patterns, finding that they follow consistent cycles tied to temperature and humidity. The forest voice isn't random. It's regulated by environmental cues that repeat nightly with remarkable precision. For those who spend long periods in the Amazon, the voices of the night become familiar markers of time. A certain frog begins calling when the moon reaches its highest point. A specific beetle hums just before dawn. The shift from one species' song to another signals the passage of hours better than any clock. Even in sleep, locals can tell the time by listening to the rhythm of the forest. Each sound marks a change in the night stages, each silence a brief interlude before the next act begins. In the flooded forest, the sound carries differently. The water amplifies certain frequencies and absorbs others. A frog's call might echo for hundreds of meters, while the buzz of insects stays close to the surface. The result is an uneven, layered atmosphere, pockets of sound that rise and fall as you move. If you paddle through it at night, the effect is mesmerizing. You drift through zones of noise and quiet, like moving between radio channels. One moment, you hear the steady croak of frogs. The next, it fades completely, replaced by the clicking of insects or the distant cry of a bird. The soundscape shifts constantly, never repeating exactly. Occasionally something unusual breaks through the pattern. A sudden splash, a high-pitched shriek, the rumble of thunder rolling over the canopy. Each interruption changes the rhythm, prompting reactions from every corner of the forest. The frogs go silent, the insects adjust their pitch, and then, gradually, everything resumes. The balance reasserts itself, as if the forest collectively exhales. To a visitor, the constant noise can feel overwhelming, but to the creatures of the Amazon, it's a lifeline. The ability to hear and be heard determines survival. Many species have developed hearing far more sensitive than ours, capable of detecting subtle shifts in pitch or vibration. Some can locate prey or mates using sound alone. For others, the noise itself provides cover, masking their movements from predators. The forest's voice is both communication and camouflage. There's a peculiar comfort in realizing that the noise never truly stops. Even when the rain begins to fall, layering its own rhythm over the others, the underlying pulse continues. The drops hit leaves, branches, and water in millions of tiny impacts, each one distinct. The forest doesn't resist the sound. It absorbs it, folding the rain into its ongoing composition. Thunder rolls overhead, and for a moment the entire ecosystem pauses, as if listening. Then, as the echo fades, the insects resume, the frogs answer, and life continues. As the hours pass, a subtle anticipation grows. Toward the end of the night before dawn, the tone of the forest shifts once more. The frogs' voices thin out, the insects slow, and the first calls of diurnal birds begin. A faint grey light filters through the canopy, barely enough to see by, yet enough to trigger change. The night recedes slowly, not in silence but in transition. The voices that rule the darkness step back, replaced by those that prefer the sun. But before they fade completely, there's a brief moment, perhaps only a few minutes, when both worlds overlap. Frogs still croak from the shallows, insects hum in steady rhythm, and birds begin their first songs. The result is a dense, layered harmony, the entire forest singing in both night and day. It's a sound that few notice consciously, yet it marks the hinge of time for everything that lives here. In that moment, the forest feels whole, every voice contributing to the same quiet declaration of existence. The night doesn't end so much as it transforms. The same pattern repeats endlessly, dusk into darkness, darkness into dawn, each cycle as vital as the flood and retreat of the river. The voices of the night are not background noise. They are the heartbeat of the Amazon after the sun goes down. Each call, each buzz, each pulse of sound reminds the listener that life here never stops speaking. Even when the human world sleeps, the forest keeps its conversation alive. Somewhere in the darkness, a frog answers another across a pool. A bat clicks and swoops after unseen prey. A capybara whistles to its young. The river shifts against a root, and above it all the endless hum continues, steady and indifferent, as if the night itself were alive and breathing through every living thing that calls it home. The longer you spend near the river, the harder it becomes to separate what is seen from what is imagined. The Amazon's scale, its depth, and the constant movement of life within it blur the line between reality and legend until both feel like parts of the same truth. The forest speaks in stories as much as it does in sounds. Every ripple, every splash, every reflection has a story attached to it, passed from one generation to the next, told in the quiet hours when the air is still and the water glows faintly under the moon. These stories are not told as entertainment. They are warnings, explanations and memories, formed in a place where mystery is the rule rather than the exception. Among the most enduring tales is that of the pink river dolphin. To outsiders, it is simply another species, the Amazon's unique freshwater dolphin, its strange colour the result of blood vessels close to the skin and perhaps a touch of age. But to the people who live along the river, it is more than an animal. It is a being that crosses the border between worlds. They say the dolphin is a shapeshifter, one that leaves the water at night and walks among humans. In the stories, it takes the form of a handsome man dressed in white, wearing a hat to hide the blowhole on his head. It appears at festivals, at gatherings, always at night, always near the river. It dances, it charms, it seduces. Then, before dawn, it returns to the water, leaving behind confusion, memory, and sometimes the beginnings of new life. These tales are told with seriousness, not as fantasies, but as observations. Many along the river still believe that children born with certain traits are the offspring of the pink dolphin. To mock or harm one is considered dangerous. The dolphins are treated with respect, even reverence. When a fisherman accidentally kills one in his net, he will often hold a small ceremony before returning it to the water, apologising aloud. Whether the legend began as a moral story or as an explanation for mysterious disappearances, no one can say, but it persists because it fits the rhythm of the place. The river hides as much as it reveals, and anything that moves silently between its worlds seems capable of transformation. Scientists studying the pink dolphin often find themselves divided between data and awe. Its intelligence is undeniable, its social behaviour complex. It navigates through flooded forests where no other large mammal can, twisting through submerged branches with eerie grace. Its flexible neck, rare among dolphins, allows it to turn its head fully, giving it an almost human quality when it looks directly at you. Its smile, an illusion of anatomy, seems deliberate. In daylight, its colour shifts between grey and pink depending on light and emotion. At times, its skin flushes brighter during excitement or agitation, as if the stories about its human nature were not entirely metaphorical. Not all legends about river creatures are kind. Some belong to the darker side of the water, to beings that lure, devour, or punish. One of the oldest stories tells of the Yakuruna, the water people, spirits that dwell in a city beneath the river's surface. They are said to look human, but with inverted faces and feet turned backward. In their underwater city, they live in houses made of crystal, illuminated by the light of strange fish. The Yakuruna ride crocodiles as mounts and control the currents with their thoughts. When they surface, they can appear as beautiful men or women, much like the pink dolphin, but their beauty hides danger. They are said to enchant humans, drawing them into the water where they vanish forever, transformed into one of their kind. The Yakuruna legend, like many others, carries layers of meaning. To some, it warns against wandering too close to the river at night, when the fog rolls in and the boundary between air and water blurs. To others, it expresses the connection between humans and the aquatic world, the idea that the river mirrors life on land, that beneath every reflection is another version of ourselves looking back. It's an explanation born of observation. The water shows the sky, the trees, the faces of those who look into it. The idea that a world exists beneath, identical but reversed, feels inevitable in a place where everything has an unseen counterpart. Further upriver, another story takes hold, that of the Mapinguari, a creature not bound to the water but tied to the flooded forest that surrounds it. Described as a massive shaggy beast with backward-facing feet and a mouth on its stomach, it roams the river's edge at night, emitting a foul odour and a cry like a human scream. Scientists link the tale to possible sightings of surviving giant ground sloths, thought to have gone extinct thousands of years ago. Whether that connection is true hardly matters to those who hear the cries in the night. For them, the Mapinguari exists because the forest says it does. It represents the wildness that can never be fully known, the leftover echo of a world older than human memory. There are also smaller, subtler myths, creatures that whisper rather than roar. Fishermen tell of the Curupira, a guardian spirit of the forest with flaming red hair and feet that face backward. Its footsteps confuse hunters and loggers, leading them deeper into the woods until they lose their way. Though not a river being by nature, it often appears near water, protecting animals from overfishing and forests from destruction. The Curupira's presence in these stories reflects a simple truth. The Amazon protects itself. Those who harm it without care often find misfortune, whether through coincidence or consequence. Legends here are not static. They evolve with the river, absorbing new details with each retelling. In some communities, modern sightings of strange creatures are woven into older frameworks. A flash of light in the water becomes the eye of a Yakuruna. A large shadow beneath a boat becomes a river serpent or a spirit whale. These stories grow because the environment allows them to. Visibility is low, distances are vast, and explanations are few. Where science offers uncertainty, imagination fills the gaps. But to the people who live within these stories, there is no distinction between the two. Both describe reality, one through observation, the other through meaning. Even researchers, accustomed to skepticism, admit that the Amazon invites belief. Too many things happen here without witnesses. Too many sounds echo through the night without identifiable sources. A splash can come from a fish, a branch, or something unseen. In a place where light is scarce and distances play tricks, it's easy to mistake the ordinary for the extraordinary. Yet sometimes, the extraordinary turns out to be real. New species are discovered each year, some so strange that they defy classification at first. A fish with transparent bones, a frog that changes colour with temperature, a snake that glides across the surface like smoke. Each new finding blurs the line between fact and fable a little more. The legends themselves serve a deeper function. They create a moral framework that binds people to the river. To harm the pink dolphin risks misfortune. To disrespect the water spirits invites illness. To take more fish than needed brings storms or floods. These beliefs regulate behaviour more effectively than laws ever could. They keep the balance between taking and giving. In that sense, the legends are not superstitions but ecological codes, encoded in story. At night, when fog rises and the moon hangs low, it's easy to understand how such stories were born. The river reflects the sky so clearly that you can't tell where one ends and the other begins. Shapes move beneath the surface, shadows without form. The water glows faintly in places, lit by microscopic organisms or the reflection of lightning far away. Every sound becomes amplified. The splash of a fish, the call of a bird, the creak of a tree shifting in the current. The mind, deprived of sight, begins to fill in details. It imagines faces in the water, figures moving along the bank. In a place where everything seems alive, the idea that spirits inhabit the river feels less like fantasy and more like logic. Some of the oldest legends predate written history, passed down through oral tradition for thousands of years. They describe creatures that may have been inspired by real encounters long ago. Fossils found in the basin suggest that giant reptiles, crocodiles larger than any alive today, once inhabited these waters. The memory of those creatures may have shaped tales of monstrous serpents that still linger in the collective imagination. One such legend speaks of the Minokao, a massive worm-like creature said to live in the deepest parts of the river. It is described as long as a canoe, with a head like an ox and skin smooth as metal. When it moves, it stirs the riverbed, uprooting trees and sinking boats. Some say it causes whirlpools that swallow anything caught in them. Scientists interpret these stories as memories of landslides or the movements of giant anacondas, but for those who've seen the water churn without wind, explanation feels secondary to experience. The anaconda itself occupies a strange space between myth and reality. It exists, massive, powerful, undeniable, but its size in stories grows beyond what science confirms. Some accounts speak of snakes 30 meters long, thick as tree trunks, able to crush entire boats. Expeditions have found individuals over 8 meters, but none as large as the legends describe. Still, the stories persist, not because they need proof, but because they reflect the feeling of encountering such a creature. To see even an ordinary anaconda in the wild, coiled in silence beneath the water, is to feel the weight of the ancient world pressing close. Its eyes, half above the surface, seem to belong to something older than the forest itself. The myth is simply a magnified version of reality. In all these stories, the same pattern emerges. The river is alive, aware, and filled with beings that act as both guardians and reminders. They reward respect and punish carelessness. They exist to enforce balance, whether through mystery or morality. The details differ from village to village, but the core message remains the same. The Amazon is not an empty wilderness. It is a shared world, and everything within it has voice and intention. For travellers or outsiders hearing these stories for the first time, they can sound fantastical. But those who spend enough nights beside the river begin to understand their purpose. The forest is not silent. It hums, cracks, breathes and shifts. It hides more than it shows. When you've listened to the same sound for hours, something moving through the water just beyond sight, you start to realise that belief isn't weakness here, it's survival. To imagine what might be there keeps you cautious, alert, and humble. Sometimes, even the most rational observers find themselves hesitating before entering the water at night. They remember the stories about dolphins that walk as men, about spirits that turn their faces backward, about serpents that drag boats under. They may laugh, but they look twice before stepping forward. The legends have power not because they are true, but because they make you pay attention. In the end, the river doesn't reveal which stories belong to myth and which to memory. It carries them all with equal ease, blending them into its slow current. Every splash might be a fish, or it might be something else. Every ripple could mark the passing of a spirit or simply the wind. The water doesn't clarify. It keeps its secrets, moving on as it always has. And so the people keep telling the stories, each generation adding new details, new meanings. The river listens, the forest echoes, and the shadows continue to swim just beyond the reach of light, where imagination and truth merge without conflict, as natural to this place as the flow of the water itself. By day, the Amazon is an open theatre of life. You can see the colour, the movement, the endless evidence of creatures working, hunting, or hiding. But when the sunlight fades, when the forest folds itself back into shadow, another world begins to move, one built not on sight, but on silence. The predators that rule the dark don't rely on strength alone. They depend on invisibility, patience, and the art of waiting. They are the hunters that no one ever sees. In this place, every form of life has its watcher. The stillness of the water hides movement that goes unnoticed, even by those who live on its banks. When night descends, the surface looks calm, almost serene, but beneath it the current stirs with intent. The invisible hunters glide quietly, guided not by vision but by vibration and scent. The water becomes their camouflage, their shield, and their weapon all at once. It's not the roar or splash that announces their presence, but the absence of noise itself. Among them, one of the most perfected hunters is the black caiman. Larger than any other predator in the river, it can weigh 1/2 ton, with jaws strong enough to crush bone, yet it hunts with a silence that defies its size. When it moves, it barely disturbs the surface. Its dark scales blend completely with the night water. Only its eyes betray it, 2 faint reflections glinting red in the beam of a lantern. Most of the time, even that sign vanishes as the caiman submerges, waiting just beneath the film of water where light cannot reach. It can stay motionless for hours, breathing through small openings at the top of its snout, invisible to everything around it. The black caiman hunts by patience. It doesn't chase, it observes. The splash of a fish, the ripple of a mammal swimming, the vibration of a careless paddle, all are signals. When it strikes, it does so without warning, moving from stillness to violence in less than a second. Its jaws close with a pressure that can crush a turtle's shell. Then it drags its prey under, holding it until the river goes quiet again. When it resurfaces, there's no trace of what just happened, only the calm resuming as if nothing disturbed it at all. It's difficult to grasp how such a massive animal can vanish so completely, but invisibility here isn't about colour. It's about behaviour. The caiman's success depends on merging perfectly with the rhythm of the river. The night water is filled with tiny motions, insects skimming the surface, leaves drifting, small fish breaking tension. Against that constant movement, stillness becomes camouflage. To move too soon is to reveal yourself. To wait is to survive. Not all invisible hunters rely on brute force. Some use deception. The electric eel, for instance, doesn't chase in the way most predators do. It hides in the shallows, buried in mud or among tangled roots, sensing the faint electric signals of other creatures. Every living body generates a small field of energy, a pulse too weak for us to feel, but not for the eel. When something passes close enough, the eel delivers a burst of high-voltage electricity, stunning or killing its target instantly. It can sense that victims position even in complete darkness, the way a person might sense heat. To the eel, every movement in the water is a message waiting to be answered. Invisibility, for it, is not a matter of blending in, but of waiting to be noticed at the exact right moment. The eel's prey rarely realizes it's being hunted until the strike has already begun. Afterward, the river goes still again, leaving only the faint smell of ozone drifting in the humid air. For the creatures that live near the banks, that scent is warning enough. There are smaller hunters that live by the same rule of silence. Catfish of countless species lurk at the bottom of the river, using whisker-like barbels to feel their way through silt and shadow. Their bodies are covered in receptors that detect vibrations too subtle for sound. They hunt by touch and pressure, finding food in complete darkness. Some, like the red-tailed catfish, grow large enough to swallow animals as big as ducks, yet they move with the same caution, as if the entire world were listening. Others, like the glass catfish, are almost completely transparent, their bodies reflecting nothing at all. Even when caught in a beam of light, they seem to vanish, leaving only the outline of movement before slipping away. In the trees above the water, another kind of hunter waits. The ocelot, smaller than a jaguar but just as efficient, uses the canopy as its cover. Its spotted coat breaks up its outline, blending perfectly with the dappled shadows. When night falls, it descends silently, its padded paws barely bending leaves. It doesn't need to see clearly. Its ears and whiskers guide it. It can hear the faint rustle of a mouse or the ripple of a frog below. A single leap, a flash of teeth, and then stillness again. The forest doesn't even have time to register the loss. Higher still, the harpy eagle may hunt even in dim light, its vision sharp enough to catch the glint of scales or the movement of fur, but even it depends on quiet. When it dives, it makes almost no sound, a mass of power descending in near silence. Its wings are built to absorb wind, its feathers adapted to glide without turbulence. Everything about it is designed for ambush, for the unseen moment before contact. Even among the predators of the air, invisibility is the most reliable weapon. In the world of insects, invisibility becomes art. Praying mantises, stick insects, leaf katydids all exist in forms so perfect that even trained eyes struggle to find them. During the day, they remain motionless, indistinguishable from bark or leaf. At night, they move just enough to feed, relying on the faintest tremors of nearby prey. Some species imitate not only the look of leaves but their movement, swaying gently in the wind to maintain the illusion. The forest floor, which looks empty at first glance, is alive with hunters waiting in perfect stillness. Beneath the surface, among the roots and fallen branches, the piranhas begin to stir as well. Despite their reputation, they rarely attack in frenzy. They are cautious, deliberate, more scavenger than aggressor. Their invisibility lies not in their colour but in their coordination. They move as one, their collective motion so synchronized that it confuses prey into hesitation. A fish wounded by another predator or trapped in shallow water gives off chemical signals that spread quickly. Within seconds the piranhas appear, seemingly from nowhere. To an observer it looks as if the water itself has turned alive, but after the feeding ends they vanish again into the depths, leaving only silence behind. Smaller predators, like spiders that live on the surface film of the river, have their own invisible art. They walk on water, using tension as a bridge, sensing vibrations from insects that fall in. When they strike, it's instant. A ripple, a flash, and the victim is gone. The water smooths over within seconds, the surface returning to its mirrored calm. Even the predators that measure only millimeters in size obey the same rule. To hunt successfully in this place is to remain unseen. There's a strange kind of fairness in the Amazon's invisibility. For every hunter that hides, there's another learning to see without eyes. Bats, for instance, can locate a mosquito in flight using echolocation so precise it can distinguish between a leaf and a moth's wing beat. Owls hear heartbeats beneath layers of foliage. River dolphins detect the shape of submerged roots using sound alone. Each sense evolved as an answer to the question of how to find life that refuses to be seen. The result is an ecosystem built on mutual concealment, where the invisible hunt the invisible in endless succession. For those who live near the river, the presence of these unseen hunters is a constant awareness. They can't always be seen, but they are always there. Fishermen who wade into the shallows at night know the feeling of being watched from beneath. The water feels thicker, more alive, as if it contains eyes. Sometimes they sense movement near their legs, the soft brush of something large passing close, and freeze, knowing better than to panic. The experienced ones learn to read the subtle signs, the faint swirl in the water that means a caiman is nearby, the sudden absence of insects that means something has entered the clearing, the sound of bubbles breaking in rhythm rather than randomly. These are the cues of survival. In the daylight, it's easy to forget how much life hides here, but the forest reminds anyone who listens that being unseen doesn't mean being absent. Even as the sun burns down on the river's surface, shadows move underneath. Some hunters use the brightness itself as their cover, hiding just below the layer of glare where eyes cannot penetrate. Arapaima do this, waiting under schools of smaller fish, their bodies invisible in the shimmer. When they strike, the water erupts once, then returns to stillness so quickly it seems like a trick of the eye. The logic of invisibility shapes everything in the Amazon. Even plants have learned it. Certain orchids bloom only at night, their flowers blending into the shadows until pollinators find them by scent alone. Others mimic the smell of decay to lure insects that prefer carrion. Deception runs through every level of life here. The invisible hunter isn't only predator, it's a principle, a rule that governs survival. Those who reveal themselves too soon vanish from the story. Scientists studying these patterns find that many species spend most of their lives hidden from view. A camera trap might record only a fraction of their activity, a single appearance in months. Yet their presence shapes the entire food chain. The jaguar, for example, leaves so few traces that even seasoned researchers can spend years without seeing one. But its tracks, its scat, the absence it creates in prey populations, all mark its influence. The jaguar's invisibility is not a lack of existence, but a kind of dominance. It controls the rhythm of the forest precisely because it remains unseen. Locals understand this intuitively. They say the forest belongs to those who can disappear. To survive here, one must learn the art of being unnoticed. Hunters cover themselves in mud to hide their scent. Fishermen paddle without splashing. Children are taught not to shout near the water at night. Silence is not fear, but respect. Every sound has consequence. Even light is handled with care. A lantern on a canoe can reveal as much as it hides. Too much brightness blinds the watcher, reflecting off the mist and the water's surface. Too little, and you can't see the eyes that watch you back. Finding the balance becomes a matter of instinct, the same instinct that keeps the animals alive. The line between hunter and hunted blurs, and both survive by obeying the same rule. Remain invisible until you must act. Some nights the forest seems completely still. You hear nothing but the low hum of insects and the soft lap of the river. It feels safe, empty even. But if you wait long enough, patterns begin to emerge. A rustle where there shouldn't be one, a faint ripple that moves against the current, a pair of eyes glowing briefly, then fading. The illusion of emptiness is the forest's greatest trick. It hides its violence in patience. There's a kind of perfection in that design. The invisible hunters do not waste energy. They act only when needed, taking only what they require. Their restraint maintains the balance of the system. Too much visibility would destroy it. Too much noise, too much motion, too much hunger. The quiet ones keep the world in order. When dawn finally comes, the invisible hunters retreat. The caimans sink to the depths. The ocelots vanish into the trees. The eels slide back into mud, and the night insects fade into silence. The forest exhales. The day's creatures begin to stir, and the cycle reverses. But even in daylight, traces of the night remain. Footprints in the soft mud, faint trails through the reeds, half-eaten remains of a meal. The evidence is subtle, but it's there, proof that what can't be seen still governs everything that moves. The river, as always, keeps its secrets. The water closes over every disturbance, smoothing itself into a mirror that reveals nothing. To those who look at it, it seems calm, harmless, welcoming. But beneath that reflection, life continues as it always has, silent, precise, unseen. A world of hunters and watchers that never announce themselves, yet define the rhythm of the Amazon with every hidden breath. There are moments in the Amazon when something surfaces that doesn't belong to the present. A ripple, a movement, a shape that seems unfamiliar not because it is rare, but because it looks out of time. The river carries not only the life of today, but the echoes of everything that came before it. Every current, every layer of silt, hides fragments of creatures that lived and died long before human memory began. Some of those forms vanished entirely, leaving behind only fossils buried deep beneath the mud. Others never disappeared at all. They kept their place in the system quietly, adapting just enough to survive, holding on to the designs that once ruled the earth. These are the strangers from the deep past, beings that link this world to the one that existed millions of years ago. To see one of them is to be reminded that time in the Amazon doesn't move in a straight line. It loops and folds, carrying remnants of ancient oceans and forests into the present. The river basin itself is a monument to survival. Long before it became a rainforest, it was part of an inland sea, a vast expanse of shallow water teeming with strange fish and reptiles. When the continents shifted and the seas retreated, the basin filled with fresh water. The creatures that lived there adapted or vanished. Those that adapted became the ancestors of the Amazon's most mysterious inhabitants. Fossil evidence shows that gigantic crocodile-like reptiles once ruled these waters. One species, Purosaurus brasiliensis, grew more than 12 meters long, with jaws capable of crushing the bones of prehistoric mammals. It lived in what is now the Western Amazon, feeding on anything that entered its domain. Though it disappeared millions of years ago, its descendants remain in the Black Cayman, smaller but shaped by the same design. To see a cayman sliding through the water is to glimpse the outline of that ancient predator still alive, refined by time but unmistakably familiar. There are others that tell the same story. The Amazon's freshwater stingrays, for example, trace their lineage to marine ancestors. Long ago, when the basin was still connected to the Atlantic by shallow channels, saltwater species began to adapt to freshwater life. Over time, their descendants lost the need for salt and developed entirely new physiology. Today, they patrol the sandy bottoms of the river like silent ghosts, their circular bodies blending perfectly with the sediment. When they bury themselves, only their eyes and spiracles remain visible. The way they move, the shape of their fins, the ripple that trails behind them, all are echoes of an ancient ocean that no longer exists. The lungfish too belongs to that deep history. It's one of the oldest vertebrates on Earth still living in recognizable form, part fish and part ancestor to all land-dwelling animals. Its lungs, primitive but functional, tell a story of the first creatures that dared to breathe air. When the river dries and it burrows into mud, sealing itself away to wait for rain, it replays a survival strategy unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. Every movement it makes is a repetition of the same pattern that allowed its ancestors to survive the extinction events that wiped out nearly everything else. The lungfish is less an animal than a memory-given form. Even the giant arapaima carries the weight of deep time. Its lineage reaches back into the ancient family of bony-tongued fish, a group that flourished when dinosaurs walked the earth. Its massive scales, its need to surface for air, and its body plan all point to an origin before mammals appeared. When it rises to breathe with that distinct gulping sound, the noise is older than the forest itself. It's a sound that predates the canopy, predates the rivers, predates humanity entirely. In every sense, the arapaima is a living fossil, continuing a design that evolution perfected eons ago. The connection between past and present is not only biological, the river itself moves through the remnants of ancient landscapes. Beneath the water and soil lie the petrified remains of trees that once grew in climates very different from today's. In certain regions, you can find fossilized wood embedded in sandstone, the mineral traces of forests that existed before the Amazon, as we know it, even formed. The basin has shifted repeatedly over tens of millions of years, yet its fundamental role as a cradle of life has never changed. It has absorbed extinction, flood, drought, and upheaval without losing its essence. Every now and then, scientists uncover reminders of that continuity. Fossilized shells from marine invertebrates appear deep in the forest, miles from any ocean. Bones of giant turtles, some as large as small cars, emerge from riverbanks after heavy rain. Each discovery pushes the history of this place further back, showing that what we call the Amazon has been forming, dissolving, and reforming since long before humans began naming anything at all. The creatures that inhabit it today are not newcomers but inheritors. Among the most haunting of these survivors are the armoured catfish. Covered in plates that resemble prehistoric armour, they look as though they were built for a harsher world. Their structure is nearly identical to fossilised forms found in rocks millions of years old. Some species cling to rocks with suction-like mouths, holding steady against the current as though adapted for ancient seas. Their resilience has made them one of the most successful lineages in South America. They exist everywhere water flows, from mountain streams to slow, dark tributaries. They are the quiet descendants of a world that refused to vanish. The same can be said of the turtles that roam these waters. The Amazon river turtle, whose ancestors once shared ecosystems with extinct reptiles of enormous size, continues a pattern of life that stretches back into the Mesozoic era. The shape of its shell, the cycle of its nesting, even the texture of its eggs all mirror the fossils of its long-gone relatives. Its endurance is not luck but design, a balance between patience and adaptation that evolution rarely achieves. When the females crawl onto sandbanks to lay their eggs, their movements mimic those captured in stone impressions millions of years old. It's as if time folded in on itself, bringing the past forward to meet the present. In the deeper layers of the river's geology, scientists have found traces of extinct fish unlike anything known today. Some bore teeth the size of a man's thumb, others had jaws built to crush shellfish. Their bones, when reconstructed, resemble strange hybrids between modern species, as though evolution experimented, made sketches and left them behind. Yet the living descendants of those sketches still glide through the Amazon. You can see pieces of ancient anatomy in modern forms, a fin shape here, a jaw structure there. Every creature carries fragments of its predecessors, each adapted to the present but retaining the signatures of the past. What makes these connections so powerful is that they remain visible in motion. When a black caiman slides through the water, when a stingray flutters across the riverbed, when a lungfish rises for air, you are seeing behaviours older than the rainforest itself. The forest that surrounds them is young compared to their lineage. Many of these species existed before the Amazon became a forest at all. They have watched continents shift and climates collapse, yet here they remain, unhurried, unchanged, except in the smallest details. For those who live by the river, the presence of such creatures has always inspired awe and unease. They seem to belong to another order of being, too old to be fully trusted, too familiar to be ignored. In local stories, they are often given the roles of guardians, watchers, or spirits of the deep. The massive turtles are considered ancestors, the arapaima the keepers of the water's breath, the caiman the judges of balance. Each belief, while poetic, carries an instinctive understanding that these beings represent continuity, the river's memory of what it has always been. The more scientists study these survivors, the more they find evidence of their ancient connections. DNA analysis shows that certain Amazonian species are closer in lineage to fossils from Africa than to any modern relatives nearby. This supports the theory that their ancestors migrated when the continents were still joined. When Gondwana broke apart, populations became isolated, evolving independently. Yet the similarities remain, like two halves of a single thought separated by an ocean. The Amazon's biodiversity is not an accident. It is the sum of countless migrations, extinctions and resurrections played out over unimaginable time. Even the soil remembers. Sediment cores taken from deep beneath the riverbed reveal pollen from plants that no longer exist. Their chemical traces tell stories of ecosystems that rose and fell long before human arrival. Each layer of mud is a page in a book without words, written in minerals and organic matter. Reading it reveals that the Amazon has been many worlds over its lifespan: swamp, savanna, shallow sea. Yet through all of it, water has remained the constant. Where there is water, life persists, and where life persists, the past never entirely disappears. Sometimes, the presence of these ancient patterns goes unnoticed, until something extraordinary happens. A fisherman hauls in a creature so strange that no one recognizes it. A diver glimpses a shadow larger than expected moving below. A flood uncovers bones shaped like nothing alive today. These moments fuel stories that spread faster than explanations, blurring once again the border between science and legend. But beneath the excitement lies a simple truth. The Amazon still hides living remnants of its prehistory. Its vastness provides refuge for creatures that elsewhere could not have survived. For the researchers who dedicate their lives to uncovering this history, every discovery carries the same emotional weight, awe mixed with humility. To find a living species that connects directly to fossils millions of years old is to realize how thin the line of human time truly is. We measure centuries and feel them long. These creatures measure epochs and barely notice the difference. They are the living counter-argument to our sense of progress. In their slow, unchanging rhythm, they remind us that permanence does not belong to us. When night falls and the river becomes a shifting mirror, it's easy to imagine those ancient forms still moving below, the outlines of armoured bodies, the glide of something vast and silent, the slow pulse of lungs drawing breath. Perhaps most are gone, but the impression they left in the river's design remains. Every predator, every scavenger, every plant that clings to submerged wood participates in an inheritance that began long before language. The Amazon's present is simply the continuation of its prehistory, unfolding in real time. There's comfort in that idea, and also discomfort. Comfort in knowing that life endures, discomfort in realizing how small our presence is within it. The strangers from the deep past do not see us as we see them. To them, we are the temporary ones, brief visitors moving through a cycle that has no need for us. The river will continue long after our traces are gone, just as it continued after the extinction of the reptiles and mammals that once ruled it. Its inhabitants, those ancient survivors, will keep gliding through its depths, their slow hearts beating in rhythm with the planet itself. To stand at the river's edge at dusk and hear the distant splash of something surfacing is to touch that vastness for a moment. It could be a fish, a dolphin, or a caiman, but it could also be a sound that has been echoing for 50 million years. The distinction doesn't matter. What matters is that it's still happening. The same actions, the same instincts, the same breath of the living world repeating endlessly, unchanged. In the Amazon, the past is not buried. It floats, breathes, feeds, and waits. Its form may change, but its presence never leaves. Every ripple on the river's surface, every rustle in the flooded forest, every shadow beneath the water is a reminder that time here does not erase, it accumulates. And within that accumulation, the strangers from the deep past continue to move quietly, their existence proof that life, when given enough patience, can outlast even history itself. Beneath the surface of the river, where the light fades into brown haze and the larger creatures move like ghosts, another world begins. It is not silent or empty, though to the human eye it looks like nothing but mud. This layer of silt, soft as dust and older than the trees above it, is alive with movement, Every handful of it holds more living things than there are stars visible in the sky. The water above belongs to the giants, the arapaima, the caiman, the dolphin. But the real foundation of life here lies below, in the fine sediment that never stops shifting. The micro-monsters of the mud are the invisible engines of the Amazon, tiny beings that build, recycle and feed the entire system without ever being seen. To look at the river's bottom is to see stillness. To understand it is to realise how deceptive that stillness is. The mud breathes, not metaphorically but literally. Oxygen from the water seeps down through it, feeding bacteria and algae that release gases in return. This exchange creates an invisible pulse that moves through the riverbed like a heartbeat. The smell of the Amazon, the sweet earthy scent that hangs in the air after rain, comes from these microscopic processes. Every molecule of that scent is evidence of something alive breaking something else down, turning decay into fertility. In the first few centimetres of silt where oxygen still reaches, the mud teems with single-celled organisms, protozoa, diatoms and rotifers, feeding on particles of decaying plants and animal matter. They multiply endlessly, dividing and consuming, their lives measured in hours. Each one is smaller than a grain of sand, yet together they outweigh the largest fish in the river. When a leaf falls into the water and sinks, it disappears not through magic but through millions of mouths too small to see. The process is so constant that the forest above depends on it for survival. Without these tiny decomposers, the Amazon's famous fertility would vanish within a few seasons. Deeper down, where oxygen can't penetrate, other organisms take over. These are the anaerobes, bacteria that thrive without air, transforming organic matter into methane and carbon dioxide. The bubbles that sometimes rise from the mud at low tide are their breath escaping. In their dark, airless world, they work as slowly as glaciers, breaking down what the oxygen-loving microbes cannot. Some of these bacteria are ancient lineages, unchanged for billions of years, their chemistry a relic of the early Earth when oxygen was still rare. They link the modern Amazon to the planet's earliest life forms, the same way the arapaima links it to the age of dinosaurs. Mixed among them are the microscopic animals, nematodes, tardigrades, water mites, and countless others that crawl, burrow or drift through the fine sediment. A teaspoon of river mud might contain tens of thousands of them. Most are invisible to the naked eye, yet they have complex bodies, muscles, digestive tracts, nervous systems. Some graze on bacteria, some feed on each other, some scrape minerals from plant fibres like miners in an unseen city. They are the middle layer of life, bridging the gap between the microbial and the visible. Without them, the energy of decay would never reach the creatures above. The diversity of these beings is almost impossible to measure. Even in the most studied parts of the river, new species are found constantly. Some scientists estimate that only a small fraction has been identified, the rest existing in forms so small and so specialised that they escape detection entirely. Many survive only in particular microclimates, a specific temperature, a certain balance of minerals, a concentration of organic matter unique to one bend of the river. The mud of one tributary might host entire ecosystems unknown in the next. In that sense, the Amazon's biodiversity extends not just across distance, but through depth. Each layer of sediment is its own world, separate and self-contained. When researchers take samples from the riverbed and examine them under microscopes, what they see defies intuition. The mud becomes a moving landscape of translucent bodies, coiling threads and gliding forms. Some of the creatures move with mechanical precision, others flow like liquid. Their motions are simple but purposeful, hunting, feeding, escaping. Even at this microscopic scale, the rules of predator and prey apply. A single-celled amoeba can engulf a bacterium. A ciliate can sweep a cluster of smaller cells into its mouth. A rotifer can trap other rotifers with its ciliated wheel spinning like a slow machine. Everything here feeds and is fed upon, just as in the visible world above. Occasionally, light from the surface reaches these depths, refracted through gaps in the canopy or caught by clear patches in the current. Where it does, photosynthetic organisms bloom. Algae and cyanobacteria form mats that shimmer faintly, producing oxygen that seeps back upward into the water column. These colonies are the base of the food web. Tiny crustaceans feed on them, which in turn become food for small fish and insect larvae. The entire Amazonian ecosystem rests on this invisible chain, beginning with organisms no thicker than a strand of hair. Not all of the micro-monsters are benign. Some are parasites that live inside fish, amphibians, or even other invertebrates, feeding from within while remaining undetected. The parasitic worms and protozoa that emerge from the mud when conditions change are part of a cycle that has existed since before vertebrates evolved. They wait dormant in cysts or eggs until a host passes close, then attach themselves, reproducing inside before returning to the sediment. These microscopic hunters are as specialized as any jaguar or caiman. Their success depends on precision, patience, and perfect timing. For most of the river's inhabitants, the mud is both home and danger. Fish that dig for food disturb layers of sediment that release gases and clouds of bacteria. Some of those gases are harmless, others toxic in high concentrations. The act of feeding becomes a balance between nourishment and risk. Yet even these disturbances play a role in renewal. Each motion mixes oxygen deeper into the mud, giving fresh energy to the aerobic microbes and speeding the cycle of decomposition. Every creature that stirs the bottom contributes to the river's health without knowing it. The smallest of all, the bacterial colonies, operate as communities more complex than they appear. They form biofilms, thin, sticky layers that adhere to rocks, roots, and even the bodies of larger animals. Within these films, bacteria communicate chemically, signaling when to grow, when to produce enzymes, when to form spores. To an observer, they appear as slime, but within that slime lies coordination that rivals the behavior of insects. The biofilm protects the colony from predators and currents, allowing it to survive fluctuations in temperature and flow. It's a strategy so effective that scientists studying it in the Amazon have applied its principles to medicine, industry, and environmental restoration elsewhere. Some of these microscopic creatures produce light of their own, a faint bioluminescence barely visible to the human eye. At night, in still coves or stagnant pools, you can sometimes see a ghostly glow beneath the surface, a flicker that appears and vanishes like breath. It's not magic or reflection, but the chemical reaction of luciferin and oxygen inside microbial cells. Each flash marks the brief moment of energy release, the final act in a chain of chemical exchanges that keeps the river alive. For centuries, people living along the river have told stories about spirits glowing under the water. In truth, those lights are the river itself expressing the constant labour of its smallest citizens. Every flood season, when the forest floor disappears underwater, the micro-monsters expand their territory. Nutrients washed from the soil feed bacterial blooms that spread through the flooded forest. The water becomes a cloudy soup of microscopic life. It's the same process that makes the water brown and opaque, an explosion of organisms feeding on everything the rain delivers. To the human eye it looks like pollution, but to the river it's renewal. The flood resets the balance, feeding every level of the ecosystem from the ground up. When the water recedes, much of this life retreats into the mud, waiting for the next cycle. Some form spores that can survive years of drought. Others encase themselves in crystals of salt or silica. A few simply slow their metabolism until conditions improve. These survival strategies are so effective that scientists have revived dormant microbes from sediment thousands of years old. To them, time means little. Their world moves according to the slow rhythm of decay and rebirth. The flood and drought, the rise and fall of temperature, the changing chemistry of the river, all are just variations in an unending cycle. The animals that depend on them never stop benefiting. Detritus eaters like shrimp and snails graze on bacterial mats. Small fish feed on plankton and larvae born from microbial colonies. Larger fish feed on them in turn. The nutrients recycled by the mud travel upward through every level of the food web, from microorganisms to mammals. Even the fruit trees of the forest rely indirectly on this process, their roots absorbing minerals that began as microscopic waste. The mud is the river's stomach, digesting and distributing everything it receives. If you scoop up a handful of it and let it settle in clear water, it doesn't look like much. Just a swirl of brown particles that sink and vanish. But under magnification, it's a storm of life. Transparent worms twisting through debris, clusters of algae dividing in slow motion, tiny crustaceans darting like sparks, bacteria forming chains that stretch across entire fields of view. Every inch is inhabited, every speck part of a network too intricate to map. Scientists studying these micro-ecosystems often describe them as the foundation of resilience. When storms, floods, or droughts disrupt larger organisms, the microscopic life continues almost unaffected. It's too small to be destroyed, too numerous to disappear. After every disturbance, it rebuilds the system from below. The Amazon's ability to recover from extreme change depends on these invisible engineers. Without them, the river would stagnate, the forest would lose its nutrient source, and the entire chain of life would collapse within years. There is a humility in realizing how much depends on what can't be seen. The jaguar and the caiman draw attention. The arapaima inspires awe. But it's the invisible organisms that sustain them all. The balance of oxygen in the water, the decomposition of leaves, the fertility of floodplains, the very smell of the forest after rain, all come from the quiet work of microbes. They are the constant background of existence, operating without recognition or rest. To walk along the riverbank at low tide and see the mud glisten under the sun is to look at the skin of something vast. Beneath that surface, layers upon layers of life move, feed and die, forming a continuous exchange between the living and the dead. Every step sinks slightly, and the footprint fills instantly with water and air bubbles. Those bubbles are the breath of bacteria rising, the same gases that will feed algae, the same nutrients that will nourish trees. It's all connected in a way too intricate to separate. At night, when the water cools and the forest quiets, the mud continues its invisible work. The temperature changes only slightly, the chemical reactions slow but never stop. The river may appear asleep, but it isn't. The unseen metabolism of countless tiny organisms keeps everything alive, maintaining the equilibrium that allows the visible world to flourish. In the silence of that unseen world lies the true heart of the Amazon, a heartbeat that has been pulsing since the first rivers formed, steady, constant, and unending. And though we can't hear it or see it without tools, it is always there, beneath every ripple and reflection, shaping the course of life above it grain by grain, breath by breath, generation by generation. There are times when the Amazon stops looking like water. The brown surface that normally mirrors the sky changes colour, taking on a strange red hue that moves and breathes like blood under sunlight. To anyone seeing it for the first time, it can feel like an omen, as if the river itself were wounded. The local people call these moments by many names, but they share the same unease when the colour deepens. The river has moods, and when it turns red, it's one of its rarest and most unsettling. The phenomenon has explanations that science can trace, but understanding the chemistry doesn't make the sight less powerful. It happens for different reasons in different places, but it always begins with change. Rain, heat, current, the invisible chemistry between water, soil, and life. Sometimes the redness comes from clay carried down from distant highlands. Iron-rich soil, washed loose by storms, stains the water as it travels. The particles are microscopic, but there are billions of them, suspended like dust in the current. In sunlight, They catch and scatter light in a way that gives the river a copper glow. As the silt settles, the colour fades, and the familiar brown returns. At other times, the cause is living. Certain algae and microorganisms bloom suddenly when temperature and nutrients align. Some species produce red pigments that fill the water column, creating the illusion of blood spreading downstream. These blooms can last hours or days, then disappear as quickly as they arrived. To those who live near the water, the change feels almost alive, as if the river were responding to something unseen. Fishermen notice first: nets that come up stained, fish that avoid certain areas, the smell of fermentation rising from the shallows. The colour is more than appearance, it signals a shift in the river's balance. When the river turns red from life rather than earth, the effects can be far-reaching. Some of these blooms consume oxygen, suffocating fish and invertebrates. Others release toxins that spread through the ecosystem silently. Yet even in their danger, they are part of a larger rhythm. The same nutrients that trigger the blooms also feed plankton and microbes that sustain the food web. The red tide of the Amazon is rarely the disaster it appears to be. More often, it's a visible stage in the endless cycle of growth, decay, and renewal. In places where the red colour lingers, locals tell stories that reach beyond explanation. Some say the river turns red when it remembers, that the colour is memory rising to the surface, of storms, of floods, of things buried in its depths. Others say it's the work of spirits angered by human intrusion, a warning to step back and let the water heal itself. These stories persist because they fit the mood of the moment. When the river bleeds, even the most rational mind feels the pull of superstition. There's something deeply human about needing meaning in the sight of such change. For scientists, the phenomenon reveals more about the Amazon's metabolism than any myth could. The colour change can indicate shifts in pH, temperature, or nutrient levels that reflect the health of the basin. In remote tributaries, sensors record how the red hues move, measuring the pulse of the ecosystem like doctors watching a patient's blood flow. The data show that these events often coincide with the start of the rainy season, when minerals and decayed matter wash from the forest floor into the streams. The red tint isn't just pigment, it's evidence of erosion, decomposition, and renewal working together. Each flood refreshes the river, feeding it with material that will nourish new life months later. There's a physical beauty in it too if you know what to look for. When the light hits the surface at certain angles, the water glows with layers of colour. Rust, amber, crimson, and gold blending together. In calm backwaters, the reflection of trees becomes distorted, as if painted on metal. When wind moves across it, the surface shimmers like moving glass. It's a kind of beauty that resists comfort. The mind recognises that something unusual is happening, something both natural and uneasy. The stillness feels alive, as though the river were breathing differently. At dusk, when the red tones deepen, the entire forest takes on the colour. The trunks of trees along the bank seem to darken, their reflections stretching into the water like veins. Birds returning to roost call more sharply, their voices carrying over the glassy surface. Fish break the tension occasionally, sending ripples through the reflected light, and the circles widen until they vanish into the current. From a distance, it looks like the forest and the river are bleeding into each other, one feeding the other. For those who depend on the river, the colour changes are signals to adjust behaviour. Fishermen know which sections to avoid during heavy discoloration, as fish often move away from low oxygen areas. Farmers take note of the hue to predict flooding patterns. Red water often precedes larger inflows. The local people have learned to read the water's moods with the precision of meteorologists. A shift in colour, smell, or texture can forecast events days in advance. To them, the river's redness is not mystery but language. The sediment-based reddening has its own story, one that begins far beyond the forest. High in the Andes, rainfall and melting glaciers feed tributaries that carry fine particles of iron oxide and clay. These minerals grind down over thousands of kilometers, carried by gravity and current until they reach the lowlands. When conditions are right, the suspended particles reflect light at wavelengths that appear red or orange. The process is ancient and constant, reshaping the riverbed and feeding the plains with fertile soil. Each time the Amazon floods, it deposits a new layer of this mineral-rich sediment across the floodplain. The colour fades in the water but remains in the earth, forming the foundation for future growth. In this sense, the Red River is a bridge between mountain and forest, between erosion and fertility. The soil that grows the forest trees once belonged to distant peaks. The minerals that colour the river today will become part of the plants and animals tomorrow. The red phase is not a disruption, but a reminder that the Amazon is connected to worlds beyond its canopy. It carries the dust of mountains, the remains of ancient forests, and the memory of oceans long gone. Sometimes, the changing colour coincides with spawning events. Certain fish species time their reproduction with the arrival of nutrient-rich water, sensing the chemical shifts that accompany it. The murkier and more coloured the river, the better chance their offspring have to hide from predators. Eggs laid in red-tinted water are harder to see. The very thing that unsettles human eyes provides safety for the next generation. Nature's design here is both elegant and indifferent. The same pigment that signals decay also promises new life. During the night, under moonlight, the red hue changes again. It darkens to black in some areas. In others, it takes on a metallic sheen. The movement of the current turns it into shifting gradients, patterns that look almost deliberate. Fireflies reflecting off the surface make it seem alive in a different way, each flash mirrored as a brief spark across the flowing metal. For a moment, it feels as though the river has become a living artery running through the heart of the forest. The metaphor isn't far from truth. The Amazon moves nutrients, energy and memory through its veins in the same way blood moves through a body. There have been times when the redness has been caused not by natural cycles but by human action. Mining operations upstream sometimes release runoff rich in iron and other metals, staining the water far downstream. Deforestation contributes too, loosening soil that washes into rivers during rain. In these cases, the colour becomes a warning, not a phase. Fish die in clusters, the smell changes, and the once living hue turns dull and stagnant. Locals recognise the difference instantly. Natural redness glows, poisoned water dulls. The river tells the difference even if people choose to ignore it. To those who work on the water, the sight of red can mean opportunity or risk. Fishermen describe days when the catch disappears entirely, and others when the fish swarm near the surface as oxygen levels shift. The connection between life and death becomes immediate, one colour signalling both. Researchers have observed that during these episodes, certain predators like dolphins and caimans alter their feeding grounds, following the movements of disoriented fish. Even the invisible hunters adapt to the change, as though every living thing understands that the rules of visibility have been rewritten. The people who live by the river rarely separate science from story. They accept that both can be true. When asked why the water turns red, they'll mention the iron in the soil, the blooms of tiny plants, and the anger of the river spirit in the same breath. None of these explanations cancels the others. Each addresses a different layer of understanding. The scientific view explains the process. The myth explains the feeling. The combination is what allows people to coexist with something so immense. When the colour fades, as it always does, the memory of it remains. The red stains linger on the edges of rocks and roots, fading slowly as the current cleans them. The smell changes first, sharper, fresher, as oxygen returns. Then the water clears, and the mirror of the river reforms. It's as though nothing happened, but those who watched remember. The forest seems greener in contrast, the sky brighter, the ordinary brown water suddenly comforting in its familiarity. The cycles of colour reveal how alive the Amazon truly is. It isn't a single entity, but a system of transformations that repeat endlessly. Each change is part of a conversation between land, water, and life. The redness is one voice in that dialogue, a rare but powerful reminder that stability is an illusion. The river is always in motion, even when it appears still, and its shifts are as natural as breath. For travellers seeing it for the first time, the impulse is to photograph it, to capture the moment as proof. But photographs flatten it. They miss the way the light moves across it, the way it changes from minute to minute. The real experience lies in standing beside it, hearing the slow movement, smelling the metallic tang in the air, feeling the humidity rise off the surface. The red water has presence, and presence doesn't translate to images. It must be experienced in its time, then let go. As night deepens and the red fades into darkness, the river returns to its slower rhythm. The animals resume their habits. The frogs begin their calls. The insects pick up their chorus. The glow of the red tide becomes memory. Somewhere beneath the surface, the microorganisms that caused it begin to die off, sinking back into the mud that will feed their replacements. The system resets. Nothing is wasted. What remains afterward is the awareness that even the largest, most stable forces here are constantly reinventing themselves. The Amazon does not stay one colour, one sound, or one scent for long. It evolves moment by moment, responding to the tiniest shifts in heat and chemistry. When the river turns red, it is not breaking its pattern, it is expressing it. Every hue, every bloom, every particle of silt is part of a process that never truly ends. The next time the rain comes and the water begins to swell, the same minerals will wash down again, the same organisms will wake, and the river will blush once more under the heavy sky. It will seem strange and new to those watching, but to the river itself, it's just another breath in its endless cycle of transformation. A reminder that what looks like blood is, in truth, life continuing exactly as it always has. There are places in the Amazon where silence feels heavier than sound, as though the air itself remembers something that once lived there. The forest is full of presence, but it is also full of absence, the traces of species that vanished long before anyone recorded their names. Most are gone without leaving bones or fossils, yet the emptiness they leave behind shapes everything that remains. The people who live along the river sometimes speak of these absences as if they were spirits, invisible residents of the forest who no longer need bodies. The scientists who work here talk about extinction in numbers and timelines, but both groups are describing the same thing, the way life leaves echoes. The ghosts of extinction are everywhere. They are not visible in the trees or the water, but in the spaces between, the niches left unfilled, the behaviours that no longer make sense because the creatures they evolved for are gone. A bird that once depended on a certain fruit still calls for it. A tree still produces seeds that no longer have an animal large enough to carry them. The relationships remain long after one side disappears. The forest continues to act as though its old partners are still around. Long before humans arrived, this region was home to animals that would seem impossible today. Fossil beds along the ancient river terraces reveal bones of creatures that blurred the boundary between myth and reality. Giant sloths as tall as elephants, armoured glyptodonts that looked like walking fortresses, prehistoric horses that roamed the open patches before the forest fully closed in. When the climate changed, they vanished. The forest adapted, growing denser and wetter, and new species took their place. But traces of the old ones remain in the genes of their descendants, in the shape of a claw, the curve of a jaw, the behaviour of digging or foraging. The river, indifferent but patient, carried their remains downstream and turned them to stone. Every time a drought exposes a new layer of riverbank, fossils appear. The bones are heavy with minerals, darkened by centuries underwater. Sometimes they look like driftwood at first, until someone touches them and realises they are too solid, too smooth, too precise. These discoveries are reminders that the Amazon has been through more versions of itself than any other ecosystem on Earth. It has been ocean, savanna, swamp, and jungle, each stage giving rise to its own set of creatures. Extinction, here, is not an interruption but a rhythm. Some of the ghosts are recent, their absence still felt by the people who remember them. The giant river otter, for instance, once roamed in large groups across nearly every tributary. It still exists in small, protected areas, but vast stretches of its former territory have fallen silent. Older fishermen recall the sound they made, a series of barks and whistles that carried across the water like laughter. They say that when the otters were present, the river felt alive in a different way. Now many tributaries are still, their surfaces broken only by insects and wind. The otter's absence changed the behaviour of the fish they once hunted, which in turn altered the feeding patterns of birds and reptiles. One vanished species reshaped the chain above and below it. The same can be said for the pink river dolphin, whose numbers are dwindling due to pollution, dams, and accidental killings. In areas where they've disappeared, people say the water feels different, quieter, heavier. The myths that surround the dolphin persist, but their subjects are harder to find. The legend of the shapeshifter who walks among humans at night loses its anchor when the real animal no longer surfaces. The cultural memory remains, but the living counterpart fades, turning myth into something closer to mourning. There are birds, too, that have gone from songs to silence. Some once nested along flooded forests that no longer flood as they used to. Others relied on particular tree species now logged out of existence. Scientists still search for a few of them, following faint rumours of sightings, recorded calls that might be misheard. Every rediscovery is a momentary reversal of extinction, proof that the ghost still breathes somewhere. But most searches end in confirmation of loss. Each disappearance is like a thread pulled from a tapestry. The pattern remains, but a hole is left behind, and over time the holes accumulate until the fabric weakens. The Amazon's immense scale makes these losses easy to overlook. A species can vanish from one area and survive unnoticed in another hundreds of kilometres away. But as deforestation advances, the gaps widen. The fragmented patches of forest isolate populations, cutting off genetic exchange. Some species shrink into tiny refuges, surviving for a few generations before their numbers collapse. To the untrained eye, the forest still looks full, but it's a fullness of repetition rather than diversity, the same adaptable species replacing a multitude of specialised ones. The ghosts grow more numerous, even as the forest appears unchanged. The local people sense these changes long before data confirms them. They notice when certain bird calls disappear from the morning air, when particular fish no longer appear in nets, when flowering seasons shift. For them, extinction is not a concept but an experience. It's the absence of sound, the stillness of water where movement used to be. They sometimes describe it as the forest forgetting its own language. Each missing species is a word erased, leaving sentences half-finished. In some cases, the disappearance is not total, but nearly so. Creatures believed extinct occasionally return, like memories surfacing after long silence. A few years ago, a species of tree thought lost for a century was found again in a remote tributary. The discovery made news, celebrated as a small resurrection. But such events are rare, and their rarity underscores how much has already slipped beyond reach. The ghosts that come back only remind us of those that never will. For scientists, extinction in the Amazon is both a challenge and a mystery. The forest hides its dead well. When an animal dies, its body disappears within hours, consumed by insects, bacteria, and the soil itself. Bones dissolve in the acidic environment, leaving little behind. To confirm that something is gone forever is nearly impossible. The line between missing and extinct is blurred, and so the forest becomes a place of both hope and loss at once. Every unrecorded sound might belong to something thought gone. Every rustle might be evidence that a ghost has survived. The fossil record, when it appears, offers glimpses of what once was. There are impressions of leaves from plants that no longer grow here, skeletons of fish that suggest entire lineages lost. Some of the most surprising finds come not from the deep past but from the recent layers. Bones of species that may have disappeared only centuries ago. Their shapes are familiar yet slightly off, as though evolution began to draft a new design and then abandoned it midway. Each discovery is a reminder that extinction is not always sudden. Sometimes it's a quiet fading, a population dwindling unnoticed until the last individual passes, leaving the ecosystem to adjust around the void. In the flooded forests where the water rises and falls with the seasons, these adjustments are constant. When one type of tree disappears, another takes its place. When one pollinator vanishes, others attempt to fill the gap. The system compensates, but never perfectly. There are always inefficiencies, delays, and losses that ripple outward. Over decades, these ripples accumulate into transformation. The forest remains alive, but it becomes a slightly different forest, one tuned to a narrower range of possibilities. Even the river itself shows traces of its lost inhabitants. Some ancient channels contain shells of mollusks that no longer exist anywhere on Earth. Their patterns are preserved in mud, perfect and useless. The river's current shapes them as it once did when they were alive, rolling them gently in the shallows, but now they serve no function. They are artifacts of vanished biology, carried downstream like messages from a time when the ecosystem followed different rules. For many people who live here, these vanishings are interpreted through story rather than science. They speak of spirits that left because the balance was broken. Guardian beings that withdrew into the depths or into the mountains, taking their forms with them. The loss of an animal is not seen as random, but as withdrawal, an act of departure. The belief gives meaning to disappearance in a way that data cannot. It also reinforces respect. If the forest protectors can leave, then what remains must be cared for more carefully. In modern times, new ghosts are being created faster than ever. Habitat loss, pollution, and hunting have driven many species to the edge. The harpy eagle, once common in the upper canopy, now exists mostly in reserves. The giant armadillo, rarely seen even by researchers, may vanish entirely within a generation. The manatee, the tapir, the river turtle, all live under pressure. Each one that disappears takes with it a set of relationships so complex that no replacement can fill them. Extinction in the Amazon is not just the loss of a single organism, it's the collapse of countless unseen connections. And yet, even in loss, the forest doesn't stop. It absorbs absence the way it absorbs sunlight and rain. New life grows over the traces of what came before. Seeds sprout in decayed logs. Algae bloom in places where fish once swam. The balance shifts but never breaks completely. The ghosts are part of that continuity. Their remains and their stories feeding what still lives. The nutrients from their bodies enrich the soil. The memory of their existence influences how humans treat what's left. The living and the vanished remain intertwined. For those who study the Amazon's history, the concept of ghost species extends beyond memory. Genetic traces of extinct animals still exist in their relatives. Fragments of DNA appear in the genomes of modern species, silent witnesses to ancestors long gone. These molecular ghosts reveal migrations, hybridizations, and extinctions invisible to fossils. They show that even when a species disappears, its influence persists in the code of life that follows. The forest, in this sense, is a library of ghosts, its genome an ongoing record of survival and loss. At night, when the forest quiets and the river slows, the feeling of those ghosts becomes stronger. The sounds that remain seem louder against the silence of those that are gone. The empty spaces in the soundscape become noticeable like pauses in a forgotten melody. The night birds call, the insects hum, but there are gaps, tones that used to exist but no longer do. The absence is almost musical, a composition missing certain notes but still managing to play. Sometimes, in those hours before dawn, the line between extinction and survival feels thin. Creatures thought extinct could still be hiding in the uncharted tributaries, their existence reduced to rumour. There are always stories. A strange call heard at night, an unfamiliar track in the mud, a glimpse of movement where none should be. These hints keep hope alive, but they also reinforce the scale of what's already lost. For every rediscovery, there are dozens of species that will never return. The ghosts of extinction don't haunt the Amazon in a supernatural way. They exist as processes, as absences that shape presence. They influence how trees grow, how rivers flow, how people behave. Their mark is in the balance that remains, an invisible pressure guiding the evolution of what's left. The forest adapts, but it does so in dialogue with what it has lost. Each new generation of life grows from soil enriched by the dead, each adaptation shaped by a memory that isn't conscious but is everywhere. When you look out across the river and see mist rising in the early morning, it's easy to imagine that some of that mist carries those memories. It moves slowly above the water, curling through the trees, touching everything and then vanishing. The forest below continues its work, feeding, breeding, decaying, but the ghosts remain woven into it, unending, unburied. The living world of the Amazon is never separate from its dead. It's a continuum, a single story that never pauses long enough to say where one life ends and another begins. And so the forest keeps its ghosts close, carrying them not as burdens but as roots. Every leaf that falls, every creature that dies, every sound that disappears becomes part of the soil, the water, the air. In time, all of it merges, indistinguishable. The ghosts of extinction do not linger as shadows. They persist as the quiet substance of everything that still lives, ensuring that even in loss, the river continues to flow, unbroken, remembering everything it has ever held. When the sun drops behind the trees and the last light drains from the sky, the forest becomes a mirror. The river reflects nothing but the faint glow of the moon, the surface so still it looks solid. Then, if you wait long enough and let your eyes adjust, you start to see them. Small points of light scattered through the darkness, glowing softly in pairs, vanishing when you move, reappearing when you stop. These are the eyes that glow back. The first time you see them, it feels as though the forest itself has started to look at you. The glow is simple physics, not magic. Most animals of the Amazon that hunt or move at night have a layer of tissue behind the retina called the tapetum lucidum. It reflects light back through the eye, amplifying what little illumination exists. When a beam of moonlight or the flash of a lantern hits it, it bounces straight toward the source, turning the eyes into mirrors. To the human observer, it appears as a sudden spark, a pair of small lanterns suspended in the dark. The colour varies: green, orange, red, gold, depending on the species and the angle. It's not intentional, just the byproduct of a world designed to see where humans cannot. The forest at night is full of these reflections. Along the banks, the eyes of caimans float just above the water, perfectly still. Their gaze follows movement with patience that seems deliberate, but it's instinct. The pure efficiency of a predator that doesn't need to blink often. In a flashlight's beam, their eyes burn red, like embers scattered across the river. Sometimes dozens appear at once, spaced evenly apart, each belonging to a body hidden entirely by darkness. To the human mind, the sight triggers a quiet unease. You are outnumbered and out of place, surrounded by things that can see you far better than you can see them. Higher up, the branches hide the eyes of nocturnal monkeys and opossums, glowing pale green for an instant before turning away. They move silently through the canopy, their reflections flashing like signals in a secret language. A rustle here, a glint there, and then nothing. The forest seems empty again, but the eyes are still there, waiting for the next stray shaft of light. Even smaller creatures participate in this silent exchange. Spiders with reflective eyes crawl across leaves, their glimmers barely perceptible. Frogs hidden in crevices show faint pinpricks of gold when the light catches them just right. The scale doesn't matter. From the caiman to the insect, the principle is the same. Night vision means seeing without being seen, and the glow is the unavoidable cost of that gift. Every reflected eye is a signal both of adaptation and vulnerability. Some of the reflections are deceptive. The forest floor, wet with dew and littered with glossy leaves, often reflects light in ways that mimic eyes. Hunters, both human and animal, learn to tell the difference. Real eyes blink, shift, move independently. False ones remain fixed. Experienced locals can scan a whole riverbank and know instantly which points of light belong to life and which to water droplets. It's a skill developed from necessity, learned through thousands of nights watching the forest stare back. There's an unspoken rule in this exchange. You can look, but don't stare too long. Many of the creatures that possess this reflective sight interpret direct light as threat. The beam of a lantern can freeze a caiman in place or drive a jaguar deeper into the forest. To shine light into the darkness is to interrupt the rhythm of the night. The animals rely on that rhythm, on darkness that hides them, on light that moves gently and unpredictably. Too much illumination breaks the balance. It turns invisibility into exposure, and exposure in the Amazon means danger. The people who live by the river know how to move without announcing themselves. They use small lamps, dimmed and shaded, just enough to avoid tripping over roots. They let their eyes adjust naturally, trusting the faint glimmer of the moon and the soft bioluminescence of insects. Over time, human vision adapts too, picking up outlines, shapes and movement where there once was only blackness. The eyes that glow back become guides instead of threats, reference points marking where life continues unseen. Every creature with night vision owes it to survival. The caiman's glow comes from a predator's need to see prey breaking the surface of dark water, the cat's from its hunt among shadows, the monkey's from its search for fruit under the canopy where starlight filters through like dust. The reflection is evidence of long evolution, each layer of the eye shaped by necessity. The colour and intensity of the glow differ subtly across species, offering clues to biologists about their habits. Red often belongs to mammals, gold to reptiles, green to amphibians, though there are exceptions. The light reveals not just presence, but lineage. Sometimes the eyes don't belong to the usual creatures at all. Certain fish that swim near the surface show brief reflections from their retinas when they roll in the water. Lanternfish and hatchetfish, though mostly marine, have relatives in deeper freshwater systems that emit faint light from their bodies. Bioluminescent bacteria living on their scales enhance the effect, creating an illusion of glowing eyes even where no light reaches. The result is eerie, a suggestion of faces moving through black water, there and gone in an instant. Bioluminescence itself is rare in freshwater but not absent. Some microorganisms and insect larvae emit faint light in the Amazon's still backwaters. The glow they produce is not enough to illuminate surroundings, but enough to signal or deter predators. The chemical process is the same one that powers marine organisms and fireflies, luciferin reacting with oxygen in the presence of an enzyme called luciferase. It's a biochemical conversation, one that's been taking place for hundreds of millions of years. When it happens under the water, it's easy to miss unless you're looking straight into it. In complete darkness, you might see a swirl of faint blue-green light where you disturb the sediment, the visual equivalent of breathing underwater. The glow of eyes and the glow of organisms share a connection. Both are ways the forest communicates with itself in darkness. To the animals, they are signals of life, the difference between friend and foe, between movement and stillness. To the observer, they are glimpses into how the night functions when human senses are inadequate. The forest is not asleep when we think it is. It's awake in a spectrum we can barely perceive. Occasionally, the glowing eyes belong to something much larger than you expect. A single flash near the ground could come from a small amphibian, or from a jaguar crouched low, its pupils wide and reflective. The difference is impossible to judge until it moves. Jaguars' eyes glow with an orange-gold hue, steady and deep. When light catches them, there's no flicker, only intensity. To see them, even briefly, is to understand how adapted they are to darkness. They don't blink often, and when they do, the motion is slow, almost deliberate. Many researchers working at night describe the feeling of being watched before realizing they are two distant points of gold, unmoving, studying them from the undergrowth. The glow vanishes as soon as the light shifts. For smaller animals, glowing eyes are both advantage and liability. The same reflection that helps them see better also makes them visible to predators with light-sensitive vision. Evolution has balanced this trade-off carefully. The brightness of the tapetum lucidum varies across species, calibrated so that it improves night vision without revealing position too easily. Some frogs, for instance, have a reflective layer that functions differently depending on angle. From the front, their eyes appear dark. From above, when viewed by an airborne predator, they vanish into shadow. Nature modifies even reflection for survival. Humans have long been fascinated and unsettled by these glowing eyes. The sight appears in myths and warnings, often symbolizing spirits or beings that watch from the dark. In local stories, eyes that shine without fire belong to creatures not entirely of this world, river spirits, protectors, or omens. The belief is old and persistent, surviving even as people learn the scientific explanation. The feeling remains because the experience itself demands interpretation. To see the forest look back is to confront your own visibility in a world not made for you. There are practical uses for the glow as well. Hunters sometimes locate animals by scanning the forest with low light, catching the reflection before the body is visible. Researchers use the same method to count species at night, identifying individuals by eye color and spacing. The glow becomes data, a measurable, repeatable phenomenon. Yet even when reduced to observation, it still carries emotional weight. Every flash is a reminder that life surrounds you, silent but aware. In the water, the reflections can multiply in strange ways. A single pair of caiman eyes mirrored on the surface appears as 4, the symmetry doubling the impression of numbers. When mist drifts low across the river, the light refracts through droplets, spreading the glow into halos. To the observer, it looks as though the water itself is alive with faint embers. The scene is beautiful, but it also conveys the scale of perception here. How much is watching? How much is aware? Some scientists believe that in ancient times, when the Amazon was still connected to coastal systems, more species with bioluminescence existed in fresh water. Over time, as the basin isolated and stabilized, those traits were lost. Yet faint remnants remain in the genome of certain microorganisms, suggesting that the potential for glowing life never disappeared entirely. The forest could, under the right conditions, revive those lights again. The possibility adds another layer to the meaning of the glowing eyes we still see. Not just a reflection of light, but a hint of something deeper, something inherited from a time when the entire biosphere shimmered faintly in the dark. When rain begins to fall, the eyes vanish one by one. The water diffuses light, breaking the reflections. The caimans sink, the monkeys retreat, the frogs close their lids. The forest seems to swallow its own watchers. Only the occasional flash of lightning reveals how many are still there, their eyes catching the brief brightness and returning it. Then darkness returns, thicker than before. The eyes that glow back do not disappear, they wait. After the rain, when the air cools and the mist rises, the reflections return slowly. A flicker here, a gleam there, spreading outward like stars returning to a clouded sky. The rhythm of the forest resumes. Each glimmer marks a life that continues its work, hunting, feeding, hiding, surviving. To stand still in that moment is to feel surrounded not by emptiness, but by attention. Every sound you make, every breath, is noticed by something. You are part of the night's fabric, whether you wish to be or not. The eyes themselves tell no stories. They don't reveal thoughts or intentions. They simply return what reaches them, reflecting the light that intrudes on their world. But in doing so, they remind us that the Amazon is not a place of blindness. It's a realm where sight belongs to everything else. The forest sees constantly, through millions of lenses at all hours. When you walk along the riverbank with a lamp and see the light bouncing back at you from unseen faces, you are not discovering the night, you are being included in it. The glow fades as dawn approaches. One by one, the reflections disappear, absorbed by the growing grey of morning. The creatures that watched all night retreat into cover, their eyes turning dark and matte in daylight. The forest loses its mirrored quality, becoming once again a world where human sight dominates. But the memory of that exchange lingers. Those countless brief moments when the gaze was returned, when the boundary between observer and observed dissolved completely. And though daylight makes it easy to believe that the forest is yours to look at, the night always reminds you otherwise. When the sun sets again, and the river turns black, and the light touches a pair of eyes that glow back from the dark, you remember. You are never alone here. The forest is awake, watching, and alive with reflections that belong to everything except you. When people talk about monsters in the Amazon, they often speak of creatures that hide in the depths of the river or in the canopy where sunlight never reaches. They talk about the anacondas that grow longer than boats, the spirits that pull swimmers under, the eyes that shine back from the dark. But there are other monsters here, far less mysterious and far more real. They walk upright, carry tools, build roads, and tell themselves they are not part of nature but something above it. These monsters are human, and their presence in the forest is older and more complicated than it appears. Humans have lived in the Amazon for thousands of years. For most of that time, they were not destroyers. They hunted, planted, burned, and built, but their impact was woven into the forest rhythm. Archaeological sites hidden under the canopy reveal networks of settlements, roads, and fields built long before European arrival. The soil around these places is rich with terra preta, the dark earth created by ancient people who mixed charcoal, bones, and plant matter into the ground to make it fertile. That soil still feeds trees centuries after its creators disappeared. The forest we see today in many places grew from their design. They were not outsiders to it. They were participants, shaping it with care and restraint. The story changed when outsiders came seeking what the forest could give rather than what it could share. Rubber was the first to draw the attention of the industrial world. In the late 19th century, when the demand for tyres and machinery exploded, the Amazon became a frontier of extraction. Men came from far away to tap the latex that oozed from wild rubber trees. They brought violence, disease, and a hunger that did not stop. Entire communities of indigenous people were enslaved, forced to gather rubber under threat of death. The forest that had always hidden its dangers now became a witness to new ones. The kind that walked on two legs and spoke of progress. The wounds of that era are still visible. Abandoned settlements lie buried beneath vines, the tools rusted, the human bones scattered beside them. After rubber came gold, the pattern repeated. Strangers arrived with machines dredging rivers, tearing into the soil, poisoning the water with mercury. The gold washed out of the riverbeds, carried south and west into cities where it would become jewellery and currency. What stayed behind was ruin. Poisoned fish, dead trees, riverbanks stripped of life. The miners rarely stayed long. They came, took, and left, replaced by others. The damage didn't leave with them. It spread, unseen but persistent, through water, soil, and blood. Entire stretches of river once clear enough to drink from now shimmer faintly with oil and metal, reflecting the light in ways that look almost beautiful until you understand what causes it. Deforestation followed, spreading like a slow fire. The forest that took millions of years to form began to vanish acre by acre, replaced by pasture, soy fields and logging roads. The chainsaws came first, then the cattle. The air changed, the humidity dropped, and the rhythm of rain began to falter. When a forest of that scale disappears, the weather doesn't just change locally. The rivers of air that carry moisture across continents weaken. What was once a self-sustaining system starts to break apart. The people who live here know this, even if they can't measure it. They feel it in the seasons that no longer arrive on time, in the rivers that dry too early, in the crops that fail where they once thrived. There are stories told now not about mythical beasts, but about machines. They begin with the sound of engines, the growl of bulldozers, the grind of saws, the whine of drones mapping the next plot to clear. The locals call them the new predators. They arrive with contracts and permits written in cities far away, stamped and approved by hands that will never touch the soil they destroy. These new predators don't need to hide. They operate in daylight, claiming legality as their armor. They move through the forest faster than any creature born in it, leaving behind scars visible from the sky. Some of the destruction is quiet. It doesn't come with noise or flames, but with chemicals. Pesticides used on crops near the river wash into the water, killing fish and frogs. Waste from mining camps seeps into tributaries. The toxins travel downstream, accumulating in animals that feed on smaller ones. The chain of life becomes a chain of contamination. Scientists have found mercury and heavy metals in species once considered clean, even in remote areas where no human settlements exist. The pollutants travel invisibly, carried by rain and air, marking everything in their path. For the communities that still live traditionally, these changes are slow but relentless. The forest they rely on for medicine, food and shelter becomes less dependable each year. Plants that once grew predictably no longer flower when expected. Animals migrate differently or disappear entirely. The rivers, once the lifelines of villages, now carry both sustenance and danger. The water looks the same, but it poisons those who drink it. The people who know the forest best describe the feeling not as loss, but as confusion, a disruption of something ancient and mutual. Even those who profit from the destruction often see themselves as trapped by it. The loggers and miners who come to work are rarely the ones who own the companies. They arrive because they have nowhere else to go, drawn by the promise of income. Many grew up near the forest, understanding its value but unable to live from it sustainably. They speak of it with a mix of pride and regret. They know the damage, but they also know hunger. They don't see themselves as monsters, but as people caught in a larger hunger that reaches far beyond them, one that starts in cities where the demand for wood, meat, and gold never stops. The real monsters are not the workers with saws or the miners with pans. They are the systems that feed on endless extraction, the distant markets that measure the Amazon in tons, barrels, and hectares. They're invisible and abstract, but their reach is total. Each decision made in an office far from here ripples through the forest in concrete ways. A contract signed, a shipment approved, a new road planned. The result is always the same. Another piece of the forest gone, another river changed, another species pushed closer to the edge. Even science, which often aims to protect the forest, participates in its exploitation in subtle ways. The instruments and technology used to study the Amazon rely on materials mined from somewhere else, often under similar conditions of extraction. The irony is impossible to ignore. The effort to understand and conserve nature depends on the same industrial networks that are destroying it. The difference lies only in scale and intention. Awareness doesn't exempt humanity from its own impact. The indigenous people who have lived here the longest often describe humans as part of the forest, not separate from it. They tell stories of creation in which humans were once animals who forgot their original form. Their myths speak of a time when balance was maintained through reciprocity, taking only what was needed, giving back through ceremony and restraint. When outsiders arrived, they brought a different story, one where the forest was a resource rather than a relative. That change in perspective was enough to transform the entire region. Now, in many areas, the forest pushes back. Fires grow uncontrollable, droughts extend longer, floods come with less warning. The equilibrium that sustained life here is destabilizing. To some, these are natural fluctuations. To others, they are the forest's response, not revenge, but correction. In local belief, when humans forget their place, the forest reminds them. It doesn't punish out of malice. It restores balance by force. The rising temperatures, the burning seasons, the shrinking rivers are the voice of a system recalibrating itself. There are individuals and communities working to reverse the damage. Reforestation projects, sustainable agriculture, and conservation reserves exist throughout the basin. They are small compared to the scale of loss, but they matter. Each tree planted, each patch of soil restored, each community empowered to manage its own land adds a thread back into the web. The work is slow, and it often feels futile, but the forest responds even to small acts of care. In areas left alone for a decade, vegetation returns faster than expected. Birds repopulate cleared land. The soil heals. The Amazon wants to live. It only needs space and time. But the pace of destruction still far outstrips recovery. Every year, millions of acres disappear. The satellites that monitor deforestation show the scars growing, irregular patches spreading like disease. Some parts of the forest may soon reach a point where they cannot regenerate, where the rainfall that sustains them collapses and the region shifts into savanna. Scientists call it tipping point, a term that sounds clinical but carries the weight of finality. Beyond it, the forest as it has existed for millennia will not return. For those who live within it, the change feels personal. It's not measured in hectares, but in familiar trees gone, in rivers that no longer flood, in animals that no longer sing at dusk. The old songs and rituals that once corresponded to seasonal cycles lose their timing. The stories of spirits and monsters that protected certain areas begin to fade, not because belief is lost, but because the places those spirits inhabited no longer exist. The myths themselves start to die, leaving only silence where there was once story. The human monsters do not come from outside the species. They are what humanity becomes when it forgets that it too is part of the system. In this sense, the monster is not an individual or even a group, but a state of mind. The conviction that control is the same as safety, that taking is the same as progress, that distance from nature is proof of superiority. The monster is the refusal to see the forest as equal, to look at the river and see not reflection but possession. Yet the same capacity that makes destruction possible also allows for reflection. Humans can look at what they have done and understand it. No other creature in the forest builds roads across habitats, but no other creature builds sanctuaries either. The ability to imagine both ruin and recovery belongs only to us. Whether that imagination will be used to repair or to continue taking remains uncertain. The Amazon, patient but finite, waits for the answer. At night, the scars of deforestation are invisible from the ground. The forest edge seems to fade into darkness, hiding the emptiness beyond. But from above, the difference is clear. Black forest against the pale geometry of cleared land. The rivers still snake through both, reflecting starlight as they always have, indifferent to the borders humans draw. In that contrast lies the truth of our role here. We are the newest arrivals, yet we have changed the most. The monsters we fear in myth are reflections of what we already are. The river does not judge, but it remembers. Every drop carries traces of ash, metal, oil, and blood. It carries the nutrients that rebuild the forest and the toxins that destroy it, moving both without distinction. The water accepts everything that enters it, human and non-human alike. It continues to flow, connecting the living with the dead, the predator with the prey, the destroyer with the destroyed. It's not mercy or forgiveness, it's indifference, the neutrality of nature that persists beyond morality. In the end, the human monsters are not invincible. The forest has endured worse than us: asteroid impacts, ice ages, planetary upheaval. It will endure after us too, though it may take forms we wouldn't recognise. What matters now is not whether the Amazon can survive, but whether we can remain part of it without destroying what sustains us. The choice is simple, even if the will is not. When morning comes and the first light cuts through the mist, the forest looks the same as it always has. The sound of insects returns, the water glimmers, the air feels alive. The destruction is hidden for a few hours behind beauty. It's easy to forget that beneath that beauty lies the work of the human monsters, the clearings, the poisons, the roads. But the forest doesn't forget. It grows over the ruins slowly, reclaiming them inch by inch, reminding the world that nothing made by monsters lasts forever, and that life, even wounded, will always try to return to itself. There are two kinds of people who enter the Amazon with questions that the forest itself must answer. One comes with instruments, notebooks, and theories. The other comes with silence, patience, and dreams. Both claim to listen, but in very different languages. These are the scientists and the shamans, two ways of knowing that have walked the same paths for centuries without truly meeting, each certain of their purpose, each looking into the same river and seeing a different reflection. The scientist arrives with data in mind. They come to measure, to observe, to test. Their eyes are trained to notice variation, their tools designed to record what the human senses miss. They take samples of soil, water, and air, weigh the leaves, count the insects, map the canopy. Every step is documented, every observation catalogued. They come seeking truth, but truth in their world is a narrow thing. It must be proven, repeatable, and stripped of personal meaning. In the field stations that dot the edge of the forest, they compare readings late into the night under the dim glow of fluorescent light, the hum of generators filling the silence between conversations. They speak of systems, of interdependence, of biodiversity in statistical terms. For them, the forest is a puzzle that can be solved with enough data. The shaman arrives with nothing written, carrying only what they've been taught and what they've dreamed. Their knowledge comes from apprenticeship, not experiment, learned through years of observation that doesn't separate emotion from fact. They walk through the same forest as the scientist, but their attention moves differently. Where the scientist sees species, the shaman sees personalities. Where the scientist collects samples, the shaman collects stories. Every plant is an ally, every animal a messenger. The line between human and non-human dissolves in their worldview, replaced by a network of relations that includes everything that breathes, moves, or waits. When the scientist finds a plant with medicinal potential, they analyse its chemical structure, isolate compounds, test for efficacy. When the shaman finds the same plant, they listen to the conditions under which it grows, the type of soil, the season, the moon. They say the plant speaks to those who approach it with respect. It offers its healing only when asked correctly. The scientist seeks the molecule, the shaman seeks the permission. The two forms of knowledge appear opposed, but in the Amazon they often intersect without realizing it. Many of the medicines used in modern pharmacology originate from traditional knowledge: the bark that reduces fever, the vine that calms pain, the leaf that cleans wounds. The forest taught these lessons long before they were written in journals. The shamans, through generations of trial and reverence, preserved them. The scientists, through analysis and replication, translated them into formulas that could be carried far from their source. Between the two, something vital was lost and something else was gained. The mystery became mechanism, the ritual became dosage. The medicine survived, but the worldview that nurtured it was diminished. There are places where the two worlds meet deliberately. In small research programs scattered through the basin, biologists and traditional healers sometimes work side by side. The scientists collect samples and analyze them. The shamans identify which plants carry power and how they should be used. The collaboration is uneasy at times. The language of science demands detachment, while the language of spirit demands immersion. But when both sides listen, the results are extraordinary. Plants once dismissed as superstition reveal chemical properties that align with the shaman's teachings. The forest, it turns out, speaks in ways both measurable and spiritual. The difference lies not in accuracy, but in perspective. The scientist believes in systems, the shaman believes in relationships. For one, the forest is a subject to be studied. For the other, it is a community to be consulted. The scientist's tools measure patterns invisible to the naked eye, carbon cycles, nutrient flows, population dynamics, but they rarely account for emotional reciprocity. The shaman's understanding includes those elements as essential. Gratitude, ceremony, and restraint are not superstition in their view. They are ecology practiced through behaviour. Both are forms of knowing, one quantitative, the other qualitative. The tension between them grows sharper as the forest shrinks. Scientists argue that understanding the Amazon's mechanisms is the key to saving it. Shamans say it's not understanding that will save it, but respect. The scientist can map how the forest breathes, but the shaman can remind us why that breath matters. The modern world tends to value measurement over meaning, yet without meaning even the best data loses urgency. Knowing that the forest produces oxygen is different from feeling that it is alive. The first informs policy, the second sustains care. Many scientists who spend years in the field eventually absorb some of the shaman's worldview, whether consciously or not. Living in isolation among the sounds of insects, the rhythm of rain, and the slow respiration of the forest, they begin to sense the system not as an object but as a living presence. The data remains important, but something changes in the way they talk about it. They speak of balance, of voice, of silence. They start to describe the forest as if it were conscious, even though their discipline doesn't allow for that vocabulary. In that sense, the forest transforms the observer. It teaches both scientist and shaman the same lesson in different languages, that humility is necessary for survival. The shamans, too, observe the scientists with curiosity. They see them as children of another knowledge, people who have forgotten how to listen but who are trying to remember. Some shamans respect them deeply, others view their work with caution. They know that once a plant's secret is discovered, it often becomes property, patented, synthesized, sold. The generosity of the forest is transformed into commodity. For the shaman, this is a kind of theft, not of material, but of spirit. To remove a cure from its context is to separate it from its balance. The forest gives freely, but only to those who give back. In remote communities, the relationship between the two worlds can be collaborative, even protective. Scientists documenting species often rely on indigenous knowledge to find what would otherwise remain hidden. The locals know which plants attract certain insects, which rivers are home to rare fish, which birds signal the approach of rain. Their understanding is empirical in its own way, refined through observation and repetition. They may not use instruments, but they measure time through pattern and behaviour, and their conclusions are often more accurate than the readings of modern devices. Still, mistrust lingers. Centuries of exploitation have left deep scars. Many indigenous healers have seen their knowledge taken and repackaged by outsiders claiming discovery. They've watched scientists arrive, collect, publish, and leave without sharing the benefits. The forest has learned caution through its people. Today, ethical research requires permission, contracts, and compensation, but paperwork doesn't erase the memory of betrayal. For genuine collaboration to happen, both sides must learn not only to share information but to share intention. Some younger researchers are trying to bridge that divide. They study ecology while learning the languages of the local tribes. They attend ceremonies not as observers but as guests. They listen more than they speak. Over time, these scientists become mediators, translating between two systems of thought that have more in common than either side assumes. They write papers and stories with equal respect, acknowledging that science without story becomes sterile, and story without knowledge becomes fragile. Their work suggests a third path, one where precision and reverence can coexist. To the shaman, every sickness has both physical and spiritual cause. A fever may come from infection, but also from imbalance, from a broken relationship with the forest. Healing requires restoring that balance, not only killing the pathogen. The scientist would treat the symptom, the shaman the relationship. Yet both aim for the same outcome: survival. In the modern world, these approaches rarely meet, but in the Amazon, they often overlap. A single ceremony might include medicinal plants, chants, and observation of symptoms that align with biomedical practice. The boundary between chemistry and prayer blurs under the canopy. There's a practical reason for this blending. The Amazon is too vast and too complex for one kind of knowledge to suffice. Its diseases, poisons, and cures evolve faster than science can catalogue them. The shaman's understanding, transmitted orally and adapted constantly, provides flexibility that rigid systems can't match. At the same time, scientific tools allow for verification and protection, identifying active compounds, preserving species, and documenting traditions before they vanish. Together, they form a circle rather than a hierarchy, though few are willing to see it that way. At night, when both camps, the researchers in their tents and the shamans in their villages, sit near the same river, the sounds that surround them are identical. The frogs call, the insects hum, the water breathes. Both groups listen for meaning. One records frequencies and species counts. The other hears omens and voices. The same soundscape becomes two separate languages of truth. Neither is wrong. Each holds part of a larger conversation that the forest has been conducting with itself since long before humans began naming things. Occasionally, something happens that neither world can easily explain. A plant long thought harmless proves toxic under specific conditions. An animal behaves in a way that contradicts its known pattern. A disease disappears after a ritual that shouldn't have had any physical effect. These moments become points of quiet reflection. The scientists note anomalies in their data. The shamans nod knowingly, as if the forest has reminded everyone that it still holds mysteries that will never be captured on paper or in code. The most powerful convergence between science and shamanism lies in their shared recognition of interdependence. The scientist speaks of ecosystems, the shaman speaks of spirits, but both describe a web in which nothing exists alone. The scientist sees feedback loops, energy exchange, trophic levels. The shaman sees relationships, debts, and responsibilities. In both visions, the health of one part affects the whole. The forest, through either lens, becomes a vast network of reciprocity. When one element is harmed, the balance shifts. When many are harmed, collapse follows. The difference is that science measures collapse in data. Shamanism feels it as grief. There are elders who say that the forest teaches anyone who listens long enough, even the unbelievers. They tell of researchers who arrived skeptical and left changed, not converted to faith, but softened to mystery. The forest does that through repetition. It humbles through scale, through the slow erosion of certainty. Under the canopy, where visibility is limited and control is impossible, the mind learns patience. The instruments can record, but they cannot replace the experience of standing still while the living world moves around you, indifferent, yet inclusive. That moment, whether recognised or not, is initiation. When the scientist leaves, they take data. When the shaman leaves, they take visions. Both carry away pieces of the same truth, that the Amazon is not just an ecosystem, but an intelligence made of countless living threads. It doesn't speak in human words, but it communicates through balance, through consequence. The scientist might describe it as feedback. The shaman might call it response. Both are correct. In the end, the difference between the two is not opposition but direction. The scientist looks outward, mapping the forest to explain the world. The shaman looks inward, using the forest to understand the self. One seeks knowledge that can be shared. The other seeks wisdom that must be lived. The forest accepts both approaches without preference. It allows measurement and meditation equally. What it demands in return is respect, not belief, but awareness. When morning comes, both the scientist and the shaman wake to the same light filtering through the mist. They step outside and see the same river, hear the same calls echoing from the trees. The tools of one and the songs of the other carry different intentions but the same dependence. Neither can exist without the forest's consent. The difference is that the shaman knows this instinctively, and the scientist must learn it the long way. By the time both depart, the forest has absorbed their presence completely. The footprints fade, the sound of their voices dissolves into the drone of insects, and the river continues to flow. Their knowledge, though different, joins the same current, one measured, one remembered, both contributing to the understanding of a world that refuses to be fully known, yet continues to offer itself endlessly to anyone willing to listen. At night, when the forest quiets and the wind fades, the river becomes still enough to show the stars. It lies so flat that the line between water and sky disappears, and it's easy to imagine that the river itself has fallen asleep. But the stillness is an illusion. Beneath the surface, currents continue to move, unseen and steady, carrying fragments of life and memory through the veins of the forest. The river does not sleep. It dreams. It dreams in the language of flow, in the slow rearrangement of matter, in the shifting of temperature and pressure that never stops, even when the surface looks perfectly calm. If you could listen closely enough, the water would tell its story without words. Every molecule moves with purpose, following laws so old they no longer feel like laws at all. The river remembers where it has been and where it will go, its path guided by the shape of the land and the pull of gravity. Yet within that simple motion lies complexity beyond comprehension. The water carries minerals from the mountains, nutrients from the soil, pollen from trees, and the invisible signatures of every creature that touches it. It's a liquid archive, holding the entire history of the forest in suspension. When rain falls from the canopy, it doesn't reach the ground all at once. It pauses on leaves, runs along branches, gathers in pools. Each droplet carries a reflection of whatever touched it last. The oils of insects, the dust of bark, the scent of flowers. When it finally falls into the river, it brings with it the microscopic evidence of life above. To the human eye, it's just water. To the river, it's memory returning home. The Amazon is a body that dreams of itself, every tributary a thought, every drop a fragment of recollection that joins a greater consciousness moving slowly toward the sea. During the day, the surface shows movement. You can see where currents meet, where debris gathers, where fish break the tension to breathe. But at night, when the moonlight flattens everything into shadow, the movement becomes internal. The river breathes through temperature, layers of warm and cold trading places mixing nutrients, oxygen and heat. It's a kind of metabolism, the water digesting what the forest gives it. The scientists who study it call it turnover or stratification. The people who live by it say the river is dreaming, turning over in its sleep. In those dreams, the river replays the lives that pass through it. The fish that swim upstream to spawn, the leaves that fall and decay, the bodies that return to it after death, all become part of its endless cycle. It forgets nothing, even though it appears to forget everything. The same atoms that form the mist rising in the morning might once have been part of a lungfish, a tree root, or the breath of a jaguar. The transformations never stop, and through them the river maintains its identity. It changes shape constantly but remains the same being, as if dreaming itself into continuity. When floods come, the river's dreams overflow into the forest. The boundaries between water and land dissolve, and the trees stand half submerged in brown, moving silence. The forest becomes a floating world. Fish swim through the trunks, monkeys watch their reflections move across the water. The air smells of fermentation and life. For months, this flooded world becomes the true form of the Amazon, not forest and river, but both at once. It's during this time that the river's dreaming is most visible. The water explores, stretching into spaces it hasn't touched for a year, rediscovering forgotten roots. It fills every hollow, visits every root system, renews the soil, and leaves behind traces that will sustain growth long after it retreats. People who live by the river read these cycles as messages. The way the flood arrives, how long it stays, the colour of the water when it recedes, all tell stories. Some years the water comes early, carrying a sweetness in its smell that suggests fertility. Other years it's slow and sour, heavy with decay. The river's dreams are not all pleasant. Some are fevered, churning with silt and debris, uprooting trees and drowning the nests of animals. Others are calm, slow and generous. The difference depends on forces far away. Rains in the Andes, winds from the Atlantic, shifts in temperature across oceans. The river dreams the weather of the entire planet. To those who watch closely, the dreams have patterns. When a cold current from the south meets the warm flow from the tropics, the temperature difference creates fog that hugs the water's surface at dawn. When sediment from distant land settles, it changes the chemistry, altering what can live there. The dream shifts. Plants that once thrived disappear. Others take their place. The fish follow or adapt. The predators adjust, and the system rebalances. The river is never static, but it never wakes either. Its changes are too slow to call awareness, too constant to be called sleep. There are nights when the reflection of the stars on the surface looks so complete that it's hard to tell which side is sky. The stillness is deceptive. Below that mirror, the current continues to move with its quiet strength, dragging entire forests of submerged branches downstream. The drowned wood becomes habitat for fish. The fish feed the birds, and the cycle continues. It's easy to think of the river as passive, but it's always at work, sculpting the landscape, redistributing energy. Its dreams are productive. Even its erosion feeds creation somewhere else. Scientists studying the flow patterns often describe the Amazon as a living system with metabolism and pulse. They measure the oxygen levels, the temperature gradients, the concentration of dissolved organic matter. What they record in numbers, the people who live by the river describe in feelings. They know when the water is sick. They can tell by the colour, the smell, the silence of certain animals. They say the river dreams differently when it's unwell, more restless, more unpredictable. The floods become too strong or too weak. The fish vanish from their usual places. The air feels heavier. Both science and experience agree that something has changed, but their interpretations differ. The older generations say that when the river dreams in confusion, it's because humans have forgotten their role in its story. The pollutants, the deforestation, the noise, all of it disrupts the rhythm that kept the dream stable. The river, in their view, dreams what we give it. If we feed it toxins, it dreams of sickness. If we feed it abundance, it dreams of life. The connection is not metaphorical to them, it's direct. The river and the people share the same breath, the same pulse. When one falls out of balance, the other reflects it. In the dry season, When the water recedes and the beds of temporary lakes crack open under the sun, the dreams continue underground. Aquifers and hidden channels carry water silently through the soil, linking places far apart. The river doesn't vanish, it retreats inward. Even the mud that remains holds life. Microorganisms, spores, eggs, all waiting for the next flood. The forest's survival depends on this persistence. The water dreams of return even in absence. There's a strange intelligence in how the river interacts with the creatures that depend on it. Many species time their reproduction to its cycles. Some fish release eggs only when the flood reaches a certain height. Certain birds migrate according to the flow's pattern. Even plants align their fruiting seasons with the rhythm of water. The entire system moves as if guided by a single mind, one that thinks in slow, circular patterns, not in straight lines. It's not consciousness in the human sense, but it's coordination. The forest and the river are parts of the same dreaming body, each responding to the other's movements without question. People who spend their lives near the water describe moments when the river feels awake, when it seems to respond directly to thought or emotion. Fishermen tell of days when the river refuses to give fish, when the nets return empty for no reason, and others when the catch is so plentiful it feels like a gift. They attribute this to mood, not luck. The river, they say, feels intention. If you take more than you need, it closes itself to you. If you offer gratitude, it opens. Whether or not that's true in measurable terms doesn't matter. What matters is that the belief creates restraint. The dream continues unbroken because people act as if they are part of it. During heavy storms, when lightning splits the sky and thunder rolls across the basin, the surface of the river comes alive. Raindrops strike like countless small impacts, creating patterns that look random but contain order. Waves colliding, dispersing, reforming. Each drop is a disturbance, but together they become rhythm. The river's dreams in these moments are chaotic and creative at once, absorbing the violence of weather and turning it into motion. After the storm, the air smells new, and the water clears as sediment settles. The river resets itself. What seems destruction is renewal. The myths that surround the Amazon's waters often treat the river as a conscious being. Some stories say it dreams of people, that it imagines us the way we imagine it. In these tales, humans are figures in the river's mind, moving through its thoughts briefly before dissolving. It's not punishment or reward, it's inclusion. The dreamer and the dreamed belong to each other. Whether this belief began as metaphor or as experience no longer matters. It shapes how people behave. To live beside a dreaming river is to live in conversation with it, to know that your reflection is being watched back. In scientific terms, the river's complexity arises from feedback loops: chemical, biological, atmospheric. The water evaporates, forms clouds, falls as rain, and returns. It's a closed system with open edges. But even science concedes that the Amazon's water cycle is unique in its intimacy. The forest creates its own weather, its own humidity, its own rainfall. The trees pull water from the ground and release it into the air through their leaves, forming invisible rivers of vapour that travel thousands of kilometres. The actual river mirrors these movements below. One flows in air, one in earth, both guided by the same unseen equilibrium. The water dreams above and below at once. When dawn arrives, mist rises from the surface like smoke. It's the river's exhalation, the visible trace of its dreams becoming air. The fog drifts into the trees, clinging to branches before dispersing. Within hours, it will become clouds again, carried by wind to fall somewhere else. The dream continues, reshaping itself endlessly. Each particle of vapour, each drop of rain, is part of the same long thought stretching across time. To walk along the bank in those early hours is to witness the boundary between night and day dissolve. The sounds return, birds, insects, frogs, as if waking with the river. The air feels heavy, almost conscious. You can sense motion even when nothing moves. The river's dream lingers in the smell of wet soil, in the thin layer of fog that refuses to lift. For a few moments, before the sun burns through the mist, it feels as though everything is breathing together. Water, forest, sky, and the observer, all sharing one long, slow inhalation. No one truly knows what the river dreams of. It doesn't think in symbols or stories. Its language is current sediment reflection. It dreams of gravity, of distance, of life dissolving into life. Its dreams shape the world without meaning to, carving paths, feeding forests, sustaining billions of creatures that will never understand its depth. It doesn't need to. The dreaming continues whether anyone watches or not. When you step into it and feel the current pull at your legs, you're entering that dream, not as an intruder, but as another element. The water folds around you, cold and alive, accepting without question. For a brief moment you belong entirely to the rhythm beneath the surface. You can feel the movement of something vast that has no beginning or end, something that remembers everything yet claims nothing. And when you step back onto land, the sound of the river follows you, the slow murmur of a world that never sleeps, forever dreaming itself into being. The water moves without hurry, as if it has all the time in the world. It carries the forest's reflection gently, bending it into shapes that last for a moment and then vanish. The current isn't strong here. It pulls with quiet confidence, steady and soft. Everything that enters it eventually joins the same motion. Leaves, branches, insects, the smallest fragments of life. It all drifts downstream, each piece part of a story that never stops. Watching it, you begin to understand that the Amazon is not a place you visit. It's a living passage. It takes you with it whether you notice or not. The day begins to fade. The light turns warmer, slanting across the surface of the river, and the forest starts to change colour again. The greens grow darker, the edges softer. The insects rise in invisible columns that catch the last light like dust. The sounds shift. Fewer birds now, more frogs, more distant calls that echo across the water. You can tell night is coming, not because the light disappears, but because everything starts to sound rounder, slower, heavier. The air feels thicker. The world exhales. Sitting by the bank, you can still hear the slow pulse of the river. It's steady enough to match your heartbeat if you pay attention. The sound of water against roots and fallen wood forms a pattern that seems repetitive at first, but never truly repeats. Every swirl, every eddy, every small collision creates its own brief rhythm before dissolving back into the flow. The repetition comforts because it reminds you of constancy, but the details never stop changing. That's how the forest speaks, not in words, but in continuities that hide endless variation. You start to notice how much moves even when everything looks still. A dragonfly hovers an inch above the surface, its wings a blur of light. A single bubble rises from the mud and breaks soundlessly. A leaf turns in the current, flipping over once before catching a slower patch and drifting on. The forest is full of these small acts of motion, none dramatic, all vital. Together they form a language of persistence. The people who live by the river understand this rhythm better than anyone. They measure time not by clocks but by current. They know how far a log drifts in an hour, how long it takes for the first frogs to begin calling after sunset, when the mist will rise, when it will fall. They live in alignment with these cycles, not as choice but as necessity. To survive here, you learn to move at the speed of water. Rushing makes no difference. The river will always set the pace. Those who come from far away, expecting stillness, often mistake the calm for emptiness. But the Amazon has no empty places. What looks quiet is full of activity at scales too small or too slow to see. The insects continue their work under the leaves. The microorganisms feed in the mud. The trees exhale moisture that will become clouds. Even the air vibrates with tiny movements that carry pollen, spores, dust. The silence of the forest is not absence but density. Too much life layered over itself until it becomes inaudible. As the light fades, the edges between things blur. The water reflects the last brightness of the sky. The trees blend into shadow, and everything becomes a single shape. The sound of frogs rises until it becomes one long continuous tone. The smell of wet soil thickens. The air tastes metallic, rich with minerals lifted from the river. It's the scent of the planet still working, old and unfinished. You feel smaller in its presence, not from fear but from recognition. This place was never waiting for you. It simply included you the moment you arrived. Drifting downstream, the forest on both sides moves past like a slow film strip. The trees lean toward the water, their roots exposed by years of erosion. Vines hang from the canopy, dipping their tips into the current. Birds cross overhead in quick bursts of motion, disappearing before you can identify them. The world here doesn't linger. It shows itself and moves on. Every second brings something new into view, and every new thing disappears behind you. The river teaches impermanence by example. Occasionally you pass an open area where the forest pulls back and the horizon expands. The water widens, the current deepens, and the reflection of the sky becomes clearer. The surface mirrors everything above so precisely that you could turn the world upside down and see no difference. These are the quiet sections, the pauses in the river's breathing. Here, even the insects seem to hold still. It's easy to imagine that this is where time slows to rest, but the movement never truly stops. Beneath that mirror, the current continues its work, unseen but constant. The water carries the memory of everything that has touched it. The minerals of mountains, the ashes of fires, the remains of plants, the traces of blood, the chemicals of decay. It holds both creation and destruction in equal measure. When it rains, the river rises and washes away what it can, but it never forgets. The flow downstream is both cleansing and accumulating, both erasing and preserving. To drift with it is to move inside time itself, to feel the continuity between what was and what will be. Along the way, you pass fallen trees that once stood taller than anything else around them. Their trunks rest halfway submerged, already turning into habitat. Fish hide beneath them. Insects feed on their bark, moss and fungi bloom where sunlight reaches. Death here is never an end. It's another form of participation. The forest recycles itself constantly, without ceremony, without pause. The river carries this lesson openly. Nothing leaves, everything transforms. Farther downstream, the smell of the water changes. It becomes cooler, fresher, carrying hints of other tributaries joining in. Each new stream adds its own chemistry, its own colour. What was once brown grows clearer or darker, depending on what joins it. The convergence of waters creates a visible line. Two shades of current side by side, moving together but unmixed for a while before blending completely. It's a visible metaphor for coexistence, though the river never explains itself. It simply merges and continues. At night, when stars appear, their reflections scatter across the water like phosphorescence. The river looks alive with light, though the glow belongs to the sky. Sometimes, bioluminescent organisms in the shallows add their faint blue shimmer, so that the boundary between real and reflected light vanishes. If you watch long enough, you begin to lose the ability to tell what moves above and what moves below. The feeling is not disorientation, but surrender. A soft realization that your senses are part of something far larger than your comprehension. Drifting through that darkness, you start to understand why the people who live here never describe the river as an object. They speak of it as presence, as being. It's not the river, but she, a relative, a companion, a patient listener. They make offerings not out of ritual habit, but recognition. The water sustains, and therefore deserves acknowledgement. The scientists might describe that as animism or cultural expression, but in truth, it's practicality. You do not harm what you depend on if you see it as alive. The lesson feels old and obvious, yet it's the one humanity forgets most easily. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolls, far enough that it sounds more like a deep exhalation than a storm. The wind shifts, cool and damp. The smell of rain approaches before the first drop falls. When it does, the sound is soft at first, a scattering of impacts on leaves, the hiss of droplets hitting the surface of the river. Within minutes, the noise grows, covering everything. The water welcomes the new addition, rising slightly, its surface stippled with rings. The rain becomes part of it instantly, indistinguishable from the whole. Watching it, you can't help but notice the symmetry. The sky giving back what the river once offered. The cycle completes itself quietly, without witness or need for explanation. The night continues. The forest hums with the steady energy of unseen life. The current moves on, the rain slows, then stops, leaving a thin mist that clings to the surface. You can see your own reflection again, blurred by ripples. It looks unfamiliar, softer, less defined. The river doesn't return your face exactly as it is. It shows you the version shaped by its movement. It's a small reminder that everything you think of as fixed, shape, self, boundary, is temporary. The water smooths all edges given enough time. Drifting farther, you pass areas where the forest crowds the bank so closely that the canopy closes overhead. The light from the moon filters through leaves, fragmented and dim. The water narrows, the current speeds slightly, and the sound deepens. Here, you can hear the roots touching the flow, the faint creak of branches moving with the wind. The air feels cooler, the smell more concentrated. It's the scent of sap, moss, and decay. The signature of life breaking down to feed life again. You realize how completely everything depends on everything else. The forest breathes the river, and the river breathes the forest. Eventually the current slows again, widening into a flat, mirror-like expanse. The air grows warmer. The horizon glows faintly ahead, not from city lights, but from the collective reflection of the moon and clouds. This is where the smaller streams join a larger channel, where the local becomes part of something continental. The water you touch here will travel thousands of kilometers before it reaches the sea. It will carry with it fragments of everything it's passed, seeds, minerals, molecules of life and death. Somewhere far away it will meet salt water and become something else entirely. The river never ends, it only changes form. You watch it, and it watches you. Not in a human sense, but through presence. The air presses against your skin with humidity that feels like breath. The sound of insects surrounds you completely. The forest seems to lean closer, as if listening. The moment feels balanced between movement and rest. This is what the Amazon does best. It erases the boundaries between observer and observed, reminding you that you were never outside of it to begin with. Time loses meaning here. The stars move, but you can't tell how quickly. The current carries you, but there's no sense of distance. The sound of the river merges with your own breathing until they're indistinguishable. There's no urgency, no destination. The water decides the pace, and you follow. Downstream is not direction, it's acceptance. Somewhere far behind, the forest you've left continues its own cycles. The micro-monsters in the mud feeding unseen, the ancient fish gliding through the dark, the eyes glowing back from the banks, the shamans whispering their songs into the air. All of it remains alive, all of it part of the same endless motion. Nothing here truly ends. It simply continues, reshaped by the current, carried onward to wherever the river decides next. The sky clears. The moon reflects fully now, so bright that it paints the surface with silver. You can see every ripple, every small disturbance where something breaks the surface and disappears again. The sound of the forest becomes softer, the rhythm steadier. The river looks infinite, but it isn't. It's just large enough to remind you of your scale. To drift here is to surrender the illusion of control, to realize that movement and stillness are the same when you stop resisting. The air cools as dawn approaches. The first hint of light appears on the horizon. Not sunrise yet, but the faint whitening that signals change. The river shifts colour again, from black to grey to the faintest blue. The silhouettes of trees regain their shape. Birds begin to call one by one, hesitant at first, then louder. The night releases its hold slowly, reluctantly. The forest wakes again, the way it has for millions of mornings without ceremony. The water keeps moving. It doesn't notice beginnings or endings. It carries everything that was said, everything that was left unsaid, everything that will ever exist along its surface, dissolving each fragment until nothing remains separate. To drift downstream is to join that motion, to move not toward an end but within a continuity that existed long before thought and will exist long after it. You watch the water, and for a moment, you can't tell where the river stops, and you begin. The current, the air, the sound, the reflection, it all blends. You breathe, and it breathes with you. The Amazon doesn't offer closure or meaning. It offers participation. It allows you to drift with it, to move through time and space as gently as it does, carrying memory and forgetting equally. And so you let it carry you. The river widens, the forest fades behind you, and the sound of water becomes everything. The current moves on, steady and calm, taking you with it. There's no destination, no final moment, only motion, continuous and quiet, the same as it has always been. The river dreams, and you drift within that dream, becoming part of it, carried endlessly downstream, into the endlessness of everything that lives, flows and endures,